STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children, with caring mentors and hands-on activities, with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, and corporations and thought leaders. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar. I've been your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And guess what? I'm your next speaker. So, for example, I am the CEO of Cordelia Gaffar Enterprises, and I work with women of faith who have demanding careers, and they may feel lonely and awkward inside, even if they're married, to normalize encouraging emotional wellness while excavating the deeper layers that surface as emotional and mental unwellness. And so I've written a multitude of books, 8 books, and I have hosted a podcast called The Free to Be Show for over the past 9 years. And today I am going to share with you on the topic of bridging the digital divide. So different from our last speaker who talked about an AI tool that he created, many of us are more familiar with other AI tools like Chat GPT, right? And, you know, almost any application we're using these days, right? It's like, and you can just click here for, to have AI enhancement and this for AI. And on some level, we may feel like it's, all of AI is created to replace human contact and interaction. And just, to build on what Billy Duke shared, or is it, right? He's created a whole AI tool for the purpose of more human interaction, for more human understanding. And so, even if you don't have the privilege of using the TWS software that he's created, here's today I'm going to share with you 6 ways that you can use AI tools to bridge that digital divide and have more human contact and interaction with each other. So, this will be really exciting, and I really want you to take this on board. So, take some notes and think also as I'm speaking, like, are these things that you could benefit from and try for yourself? The most basic way that we are communicating every day, almost every minute these days, is texting, right? So texting is good, right? Because it's like an abbreviated form of communicating. But sometimes we abbreviate way too much, and that causes misunderstandings. So this is where you can use AI tools, right? If you're someone who's choppy and communicating in the first place, you can just plop that in and find concise ways that show more of your personality, more compassion, more empathy, as opposed to just plopping in a text, so bad, I'm so sorry that happened, right? It can come back with something very short, maybe 7 words saying, I understand the impact that must have had on your day, and, let's connect later, right? And this is something that we may not think of immediately, right? Who thinks about that, or who even thinks in that way? But you can use AI to still abbreviate your conversation and show compassion and show connection and open doors to making more impactful relationships in your life. And it helps you, the best part is you still get to be very respectful. and concise at the same time. So we want to think of AI as ways to build bridges, and not so much as ways to pull us apart. Now, another way you can use it is to create things that you want to see, right? So um, people are creating vision boards, and sometimes it may not be easy to find the images that you are seeking. However, there are AI tools where you can just simply, we have talk to text, but we have talk to visuals as well. So you can, say that you would like to, see. Let's not necessarily say something like a beach house, but we'd like to see ways to create more understanding and more connection, you know, on my team, my sports team, or my team at work. And you can actually create visuals for you to look at. And here's the thing about the way the brain works. The more you look at something, right? It helps to enhance your ability to connect the heart to it and visualize what it feels like to have that in your life. And that can actually shift your heart, which will shift the way you are behaving and create that type of connection in your life and in your world in general. So you can use AI tools to literally change what you see. And actually, another way, I'm thinking about vision boards, but just in this moment, another thing came to my mind. Uh, Another way you can use it, there are AI tools that will change your social media feed, right? How often do you get into your social media? This happens to me, right? And I'm just like, I don't want to see, people talking about whatever it is. And so, what I'll usually do is unfollow the person that's creating that content, right? That cleans up my feed, but there are actual tools that you can use, and you can just program it and tell it what you would like to see in your feed. And so that changes your inputs throughout the day. And one of the things I talk about a lot is inputs, right? Because what you see, what you hear, it creates what you're feeling. And when you feel a certain way, it affects your mental health. And throughout the day, just think about how many times you pick up your phone and you're scrolling, and you may, maybe see one through every six scrolls, right? You see one thing and it just shuts you down emotionally, or it affects you mentally, or it changes the way you feel about humanity. And it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to do it in a negative way. It can do it in a positive way. It can open your heart to humanity. It can open your heart to possibilities. It can open the way you think and change your way of being and your belief systems. So you can be in control of that just by changing your social media feed. You don't have to be a victim to what the algorithm wants you to see. You can be proactive and control what the algorithm shows you. So, for example, in my feed is super duper clean. I have so many uplifting things no matter what social media I'm on. Of course, I don't use that much. I just use Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. But, still, those are my inputs throughout the day. But the times that I do pick it up, I see very profound content, from either spiritual influencers or thought leaders who are really um, striving to connect hearts and bring people closer. And so these are ways that you can bridge the digital divide, right? If you are from, I don't even know like how to call the different generations, there's like generation Z, X, or whatever, but if you're like above 50, right? And you may feel like social media is the internet is the enemy and you just want to stay away from it. Look for these AI tools. It does not have to be the enemy. It could be the one thing that elevates your mental stability. It could be, if you choose to change what you see and the inputs using AI tools that are readily available. And so, I started out this list and I have 6 things that I've come up with by talking about texting, right? This is a situation where you want to say something profound and connecting in a very concise way. And then I was just talking about changing the things you see, 2 ways, either creating a vision board with images or changing your social media feed. Now, my third point is again going back to uh, written communication. So now what if you're someone who is concise, right? Like you're like a 5 to 7 word person and you would like to be a little bit more, verbose. And so in this case, you can also use the AI tools for that, right? So you can use this to create long form text where you come across more engaging, and you really, you can feed it information like, um, show your condolences, right, for the situation that happened in Baltimore the other way, for people whose families may have been affected by that collapse of the bridge, right? And you just didn't have the words beyond, I give my condolences, right? You can put in there, I want to give my condolences, showing deep compassion and understanding for the grief that some families or people may be experiencing, right? And then, in a letter format or in an email format or in a newsletter format or in a, um, and when you give it, the more information you give it about what you want it to create for you, including the fact that you want to enhance the human connection here, right? Or maybe you're asking for donations to support the individuals who are, um, who have health issues as a result of some tragedy. This is another way where you can be proactive and use it to connect hearts, because all we have in life are our breaths and heartbeats. And as much as, we may have our differences, we are more similar than we are different. And we forget that because we almost are always in these silos with our devices. And why not use these tools? That's all they are. They're tools. Why not use the tools that we've created to make our lives easier, to make our relationships deeper, to make our humanity more connected, and to create more understanding? And there's so much misunderstanding. There are people that reach out to me all the time, and you may have experienced this too if you're on LinkedIn. People will come into your inbox and they want to sell you something. And to be fair, right, and to stay on topic, they may actually be using these AI tools that I'm talking about. And instead of working on pitching someone, you could also use the AI tool to find out more about where your hearts connect and where your business can actually support somebody else's business, right? Because businesses are in business for the purpose of serving humanity. And we lose sight of that sometimes when we focus on making money. And so the cycle goes in such that you serve with your humanity. And through that, you make a connection. And through the connection, you understand the needs and the requirements of another human. And then you can see how you can benefit them, and perhaps it would even be an opportunity to make money. You see? So this is another way that we can use the AI tools to support our businesses, which we have to remember the purpose of our businesses. And I am going to continue to highlight Billy Duke here because what he has created is just remarkable, right? Underserved populations not having access to healthcare, or having access to healthcare, but because of a language barrier, cannot actually truly benefit from it. And so, in the end, he's providing a service that, yes, it will make him money, but he's serving humanity on a deeper level, on a heart connected level. So there are AI tools out there for you to do the same in your capacity, in your business, and your endeavors in life. And so that brings me again to my fourth point, which is you can use the AI tools, right, to figure out what are the best gifts for cultural events outside of your culture. For example, today's Good Friday. Christians know that, and probably non-Christians know that too. But did you also know that this is the 19th day of Ramadan, right? So Ramadan is first of all, Muslims are on a lunar calendar. So that's how this is the 19th day of Ramadan and the 29th day of March. And during the month of Ramadan, Muslims fast during the daylight hours. It's a dry fast, right? That means no liquids or solids during the day. And at the end of this 30-day period, they have a 3-day celebration, which is called Eid al-Fitr. And during Eid, you can kind of think of it as an extended Christmas, right? Or I guess Easter, but like for 3 days. And you just, get to see all your friends and family, and you exchange gifts. But usually the gift that's given is to donate to charity and to help those who are in need. So we don't, like we kind of give gifts, but usually it may just be like an Eid outfit to wear to the prayer. But if you're not Muslim and you work with Muslims, you may not know that, and you may not know, that you could give a gift to a Muslim, or, find out what is culturally appropriate. And, sometimes Muslims will say, could you donate that $100 to this, nonprofit organization? Because that's usually the gift giving that happens in Ramadan. And again, you wouldn't know that even if you worked with a Muslim for 5 years, sometimes, depending on your relationship. And so you can use AI tools, right? I'm using the example of Ramadan because that is what's happening currently. But there are other celebrations and holidays that are happening all year long, right? We just had Nowruz, which is something that Iranians will celebrate during the springtime. It usually happens in March. We just had Holi, which is something that Hindus, so there's there's like a whole wide world out there of different celebrations and holidays. And again, to bridge that digital divide and to increase your human connection, right? And even to maybe eventually increase your bottom line, because your whole focus in your business is to increase human connection. You can use the you can use an AI tool to find out what are the best gifts or the best way to connect with people who are having cultural events outside of your own culture. So this is the fourth way that you can use AI or artificial intelligence to connect more deeply with other humans. And, I can't reiterate this enough. So what we have seen is in in the world these days, people are really declining with their way to speak to one another, and so communicating with emotion, right? Um, being in business doesn't mean that there's an absence of emotion. It just means that um, yes, there's a systematic way of doing things, and at the same time, you have to consider that there's a human who's being affected by whatever choices and decisions we're making. So you want to again inform yourself on ways to use artificial intelligence that can help you to connect, not just you know I guess mostly on an empathetic level. And so when we think about compassionate leadership, sometimes there's no scripts for that, right? And it's so easy to, again, just input how to give these messages. I'll give you an example. A lot of times I get emails from uh, my children's principals at school, right, about some incident that happened, and those emails are so compassionate and empathetic. And I always read those thinking, wow, what a compassionate leader. Now, what if CEOs of companies also communicated as emotionally effective as a school principal? Wow, that would change the world of business, wouldn't it? And so, this is another opportunity for you to use an AI tool for that. And finally, I'm just going to offer this. Be grateful that you have a robust tool to help you to find the joy of connecting. Um, so, as you are doing your research and as you are looking in the world beyond Chat GPT, there are so many artificial intelligence tools that you can use to enhance your business and really be proactive with ways of doing business better. Um, take the time, and I'm going to give you some questions to answer as you noodle over what I've been talking about today in terms of using artificial intelligence for your business, right? So ask yourself, what would draw people more to what it is that you're doing? What is it that's perhaps repelling them? Find out words to use, or the words that your potential client base use, right? So these are all different things that you can research as you are going through your marketing plan, your branding ideas. And again, that's not my background, right? My background is not marketing or branding, and I'm only here offering ideas to consider um, as we are conducting our business and as we are becoming thought leaders and experts in what it is that we do offer in the world. And so we've listened this afternoon. I also want you to think in terms of some of the speakers that we've had today, right? um, we started out with learning about commercial real estate in Uganda, and then we listened to Nathan Malinga, who was talking more about um, mental health issues and other ways to support different businesses in Africa. And so as you think about the world beyond, where you are, whatever city you are in, whatever state you're in, whatever country you're in, there's a whole global network out there, and there are many different cultures, many different languages, and many different ways to relate with people. There's many different ways to help people. And then, sometimes, quite frankly, there are, just countries that don't have the infrastructure, which is another thing that I believe Nathan brought up in his talk. There's just places that don't have infrastructure. If that is something that you do, think, you can use artificial intelligence to, research and see what kind of tools and opportunities you can create for another business someplace else. And by extension, you're helping yourself. We can only, you will always benefit when you're helping another business. You will always benefit when you're helping another human. You will always benefit when you are using your your expertise and the tools available to you for the elevation of business. So, just take into consideration some of the things that I've mentioned here today. So, bridging the digital divide is more than just it's more than just creating something for yourself. It's building, I would say, an intricate system of human interaction and a tapestry of cultural development, for the elevation of all of our businesses and all of our souls. So I'm just going to recap the 6 points that I mentioned here today. Number one, you can use AI tools, right, to bridge the digital divide by, being more concise. You can use it in your texting. If you want to say something very quick and to the point, but you want to show that you care, drop it into an AI tool, and boom, out comes something that's beautiful, connecting, and respectful. Number two, you can change what you see. Two things I mentioned here. Number one, you can actually literally create like a visual vision board, create art with AI. Number two, you can also use a tool to clean up your what shows up in your social media feed, right? Because what shows up in your social media feed also these are your inputs throughout your day. This affects your mental health throughout your day. As an entrepreneur, you really want to have the best inputs possible. You want to have things that will keep you positive, that will keep you in alignment with your vision and your mission. And you can be in control of what your feed looks like. So, again, you can use AI tools to change what you see. Number three, if you're someone who is very choppy when you communicate and you need more words to connect, then you can use it for the opposite of the first point, right? To make it longer and so people can see that you care, you want to connect. And number four, you can use it if you want to know what are the best gifts for cultural events outside of your culture. There's a multitude of cultures. There's a multitude of languages out there, right? The TWS translates into 500 languages, including American Sign Language, for example. So in order to connect with people, you got to be able to speak to them in their dialect and their cultural understanding. Number five, and I keep coming back to this, right? Communicate with emotion, communicate with care. And sometimes it's just not part of your personality. Let's be honest. There's some people that they have no emotion. And that's okay, but not for the purpose of business. For the purpose of business, you want to have some emotion and you want to be able to connect with other humans. So use it for that. And number six, be grateful for all the tools that exist so that you can connect more deeply with other human beings and so that you can connect with your potential clients. And you can make deeper connections with your current clients, right? So that you have more clients. And so with that, I'm going to close what I'm sharing today on bridging the digital divide. And I just want to remind everyone that we are really here, right? The Black Business Expo. If we want to talk about the ultimate connection, we're here for the next generation. We're here to raise funds and to give $5,000 or 10 laptops to students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and donate. Or if you're a student and listening to this, you can register there so that you can benefit from one of those scholarships or laptops. And you want to go to, again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And also, we want to recognize all of our sponsors for March of 2024. And, again, reminding you that this is about scholarships and every dollar counts. So in closing, I want to thank our sponsors, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., and Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melaine Cheney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black USA Expo, Black Business Expo USA, and last but not least, as we say here, genius is common. It's been a pleasure to be your moderator this afternoon, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Trusso, you're face to face. Second, on Trusso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trusso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trusso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trusso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trusso is both social and safe. We refer to Trusso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trusso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trusso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trusso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trusso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today.
Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cordelia Gaffar, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we have Sydney Wormsby, who is an experienced business executive with demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of the business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading teams for business startups, business turnarounds, and transformations, new product development and implementation of Six Sigma and total quality management techniques. In addition to owning and leading his own organization, for almost a decade, he has held significant roles for some of the top Fortune 100 companies, including global product management and business development for JP Morgan Chase Investor Services, leadership of one of Pepsi-Cola's retail restaurant business units, leadership of a retail banking business unit for Citigroup, and plant management for Eastman Kodak Office Equipment Division. Throughout his career, he has displayed an ability to establish compelling visions, set clear objectives, and inspire staff that has resulted in high levels of performance. And today I get to have a fireside chat with Sydney Wormsby. Welcome to the Black Business Network this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well and the year is booming for you.
Yes, it's amazing to be back. And it's always, a joy to speak with you. I learn so much every time. So tell us about your business. Oh, you're welcome. Tell us about your business and what services you provide.
Well, I am a business growth Imagineer. And I use that title because I struggle with a business consultant, a business coach, and didn't really, explain exactly what I do and how I do it and why I do it, et cetera. And I, kind of came upon, that business Imagineer title. So what I do in terms of services is help businesses grow, full stop. So I help them identify those small changes to big things that will transform their business and ultimately lead to their sales typically growing by double in less than 12 months. Profits, typically the same. And again, things that don't cost them any money and they're quick to implement and quick to have impact. So anything that's related to a business being more efficient, more effective, growing achieving more, identifying, or bringing in, attracting more clients, more revenue, delivering more to the bottom line. I work with them on any and all of those things.
Yeah, I can see where you definitely have the acumen to do that, and I'm sure many businesses benefit. So why did you decide, and how did you decide to start your business?
Well, as you saw from my background, the first part of my career was all in Fortune 50 companies, in the corporate life, in corporate world. And I was, doing quite well. I started off as a project engineer, and, took on more and more responsibilities, had, more and more success, until ultimately I was managing global operations or global products or global businesses, really delivering big results, for big portions of those companies. And it just got to a point where I got tired of helping the big guy get bigger. And I also was finding there was, misalignment in some of the values that, organizations were exhibiting in how they dealt with clients, versus how I wanted to or felt that it was important to deal with clients, or how clients were saying that, they wanted to be, worked with and supported, et cetera. And so I just decided at that point, I wanted to go off on my own and do things for my own. So I started my own consulting practice and started supporting small and mid-sized businesses. I wanted to really support, minority and women entrepreneurs who were looking to make their vision become a reality about, being an entrepreneur and having their dreams come true. So I went off on my own in 2002 and been doing it ever since.
So I am curious then, what have you found to be the greatest challenge that most businesses face?
Well, there's so many things I could say about that, but the biggest challenge is always going to be around finances. And so if you look at just survey and research, the answer to that is, oh, it's money, it's access to capital, getting access to loans, et cetera, and that's true. Small businesses, mid-sized businesses have the biggest problem getting access to capital. Being able to get their hands on the kind of monies that they feel they need to invest in their business. However, I believe in the concept of being your own bank. And what that really means is organizations, businesses can grow and drive enough profit to their bottom line where ultimately they can fund the kind of growth that they need or want to a very great extent without having to seek outside funding. And it's helping them to see that, and then to do that is what I do and trying to take joy in. It doesn't mean that you won't ever need a loan or need to go to a bank or need to go to a lender. But what it does mean for me is that there's more that you can do, that you have control over, than most business owners and entrepreneurs believe or think initially. And so I get joy in helping them find that there's more in their hands, more in their control that they can do, to that end.
Yeah, what I really hear you saying is like, you're helping them to change their limiting beliefs or their belief system, right? And also to be more regenerative, without going, I guess taking on more debt is going to cause long-term problems, right?
Right. Well, yes and no. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking on debt. And in fact, if you can get somebody else to fund the things that you want to fund, absolutely do it. What I want them to see is that's not a constraint for you growing. And often they think, and when they start, reaching out to me, it's, I want to do this, but I can't get the money to do this. I want to grow, I want to make my business bigger, but I can't get a loan, or I, can't afford to do these, these specific kinds of things relative to their business. And, what I want them to, understand, and what I work with them to help them see and therefore implement, is how much is in their control by really understanding the key things that drive all business growth, and how many of those things are really just process related. And in fact, most of life, is about the processes that we use. I just happen to apply it to, business and business operations, et cetera. Being more disciplined, et cetera. So yes, if you can get other folks to lend you money to grow your business, that is a great way to leverage and grow faster, et cetera. It just doesn't need to be that, as you said, that limiting factor, that constraint that's holding you back, because you have more in your control than most people think or understand.
Yeah, it sounds like, what you're talking about here, I guess, is the importance of marketing, right? So, like, why is that so critical, and why do businesses seem to get that wrong?
So marketing, well, one of the reasons why they get it wrong is most people think marketing is advertising, a commercial, and
Mhm.
advertising is advertising, and that is a piece of marketing. But marketing involves all of these aspects related to how we communicate, to our prospects, our target market, what we communicate to our target market, how we price our product, how we design our product, how we deliver our product. All those things are marketing decisions. And so most people think marketing is just the advertisement, and advertisement is only good for, or only needed for, those people who are ready to buy right now. And so if that's your concept, then one, you have the wrong concept of marketing. Two, you have the wrong concept of what I call the buyer's journey. Most people are not what I call now buyers. Most people are not buying whatever you're selling today. And research says it's less than 1%. So if less than 1% of everybody that you are going to target is ready to buy right now and is wanting to buy right now what you're putting out there, then all of your marketing is only going to less than 1% of your market, and therefore it's going to be ineffective. And the people who are out there right now ready to buy are comparing you to other folks. And, that gets into a whole host of other issues and topics we can get into. But if you're only messaging to them and they're also comparing you to other folks, typically because your marketing message is not very effective, you're only competing on price. And so now, can you do it cheaper than the next person? Or are they doing it cheaper than you? And if they're going to do it cheaper than you, poof, then they're going to get the business. So we get a lot of that stuff wrong. We also get wrong what it is that it's important for the target market to hear. And so one of the things that most people think about marketing is that I need to tell them about my features and functions. And so everybody goes into their advertisement talking about their features and functions. And every time they're in front of one of their prospects, they talk about their features and functions, what their product, can do, and how many whistles and bells that it has on it. How many different, variations on the theme that I have, and da. And most people then are looking like, I don't care. I really don't care. And so if you're sending out marketing, messaging, communication to your target market, and you're getting no response, it's simply because you're not saying anything that's important to them, that they want to hear. And, that's, typically because we're talking about ourselves and we're not talking about what's important to them, their problem, their problem that they have that they don't want, or some benefit that they want that they don't have. And so that's the other aspect that we get wrong. So there's a lot of those things that I work with my clients then on to help them understand what's important and critical in the entire marketing process of how we're dealing with our target market and what they're going through in their buyer's journey. And if you understand, there's that old quote, seek first to understand before being understood. We do that just the opposite in business. We want to tell everybody about, you need to understand this is what I do. And this is what, whoa. First of all, my name is, here's what my issue is. Now let's talk about that, because they've got the money. They want to buy the service or the product, a service or product. And so you need to understand first and foremost, what do they want? What do they need? What are they struggling with, et cetera?
Yeah, I can really see why you came up with your title, the Business Growth Imagineer, but can you expound on that? Like, what does that title really mean, and how did you come up with it?
Okay. So I mentioned, I think in one of the earlier responses, that my undergrad was engineering. So my undergrad was mechanical engineering. I started off as a project engineer, and an engineer typically is an application of science, meaning they help you build the thing you've envisioned. And so when I was struggling with, I don't like the word consultant because it has a, kind of a slick connotation in people's mind. What are you really going to, provide or deliver? Plus, for me, I was much more interested in being hands-on in the way that I worked with my clients, and consultants typically didn't. And so I thought about the word coach, and then everybody's a coach, these days in some way, shape, or form. And so it's like, yeah, I'm not sure that's really relating it either. And so I started looking at what I really do and how I do it. And I kind of fell back on where did I start from in terms of an engineer? And what am I trying to do? And I'm really trying to help people build a reliable, dependable growth engine for their business. Look, this is where you've envisioned, when you started it, you had a clear vision of where you wanted your business to be in revenue and what it was doing for you, all those kinds of things. And what I try to do is help build the business engine that delivers that, based on what you said your goal and objective is, and what I know about the business of business. And so I marry those two things together. And so that's where the concept of the title, or the name of Business Growth Imagineer. I focus only on business growth, meaning everything. Somebody, comes to me sometimes for strategy or policy, a specific project. We have this specific thing. We want to put, roll out a new product. Would you help us design that product? And the answer is, yeah, I'll help you, but I'm going to make you start back at, basic square one, because it's not going to work with me just walking in and saying, oh, well, let's put a gadget here and a whistle there and a bell there and blah, 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 blah. So I make them start, which sometimes they get frustrated with it, I have to admit, because they had it in their mind, oh no, I only want this. And I have to help them see where starting at that point is going to be counterproductive in the long term. And, you're going to have a lower probability of success. And so then, I'm helping them kind of go along that journey. So that's what I, do with folks in terms of trying to help them see the whole picture, not just a piece of the picture. And, that's another thing when you were asking, what do we get wrong about marketing? Some of that is what we get wrong. We look at pieces of it. So even when they're going to talk about marketing their business, they will focus on where they're going to market it. Oh, I'm going to use Instagram. I'm going to use Facebook. I'm going to use Google Ads. Well, that's fine. But what are you going to say? I'm going to use the same message I said before. I'm just going to use Google, and somehow Google makes it happen. No, they don't. Or I'm going to hire this SEO person, and this SEO person said my website will be ranked #1. You're right. You get a lot of clicks on your website, but it doesn't convert anybody because you're not saying anything that they want to hear or that's attracting the right folks. It might be cool, but it's not really, serving the business well. So all of those things are integrated. And we often want to deal with them in silos. And if we don't deal with them as an integrated system, then it's not going to be effective in delivering the results and the outcomes that we want.
Yeah. So you help them imagine what business growth can be, and then engineer it with scaffolding.
Exactly. Yeah. Build the process, systems, structure, behaviors. And so when I'm working with them on building that, and again, being an engineer, I'm very process related or kind of focused. And so it's helping them see what processes need to be put in place, what procedures need to be put in place, what behavior changes need to be, implemented that are going to deliver the results that they want all the time. So good process will deliver, good outcomes. Good process with good people deliver great outcomes. And so I help them identify what are those key areas, that are going to that drive growth. And there's only 5 areas in any business and in every business that growth comes from. And then I help them see, here are the things, here are the procedures, here are the behaviors we need to put in place to make that those 5 processes transform your organization.
And so using these 5 processes, I heard you say that you can get businesses to double their profits in a year?
Typically, yes, in less than 12 months. And it's more me teaching them how, and then assisting them in doing that and delivering that. But yes, the growth is quick to have impact because it's quick to implement. And it's quick to implement because it's about a procedure. It's about a behavior. How long does it take you to change the way that you're doing things? It's a mindset change. So if you want to, you can change it immediately. I stop doing this now. I start doing this, 2 minutes from now.
Immediately. Yeah.
And so it's quick to implement, but because it's also process and procedure and behavior, it costs no money. So go back to the conversation we were starting with was, well, what's the, reason most people fail? Well, no access to capital. You don't need money to change your process, to change your procedure, to change your behaviors. And that's what I'm helping them see. Look, you can start generating transformative revenues right now by changing the way that you're doing things, changing the way that you're communicating with your target market that attracts the right kind of people, the people who really are interested in what you have, not you chasing everybody and hoping some of them ultimately, decide to, give you a shot.
Yeah, I like that. So let me see. I'm going to skip ahead. I have some questions here, and you're such a great communicator that you're actually answering a lot of the questions before I can even ask them. So I appreciate that.
I'm a mind reader also. Woo!
Apparently. So I'm wondering, do you work with businesses on what price they should charge for their products? I mean, let's kind of get into what the processes are. Like, what is the biggest mistake that they make with their prices, their price selection for their services?
So yes, to answer the question, I do work with them on pricing strategy, and that's one of the 5 areas that growth comes from. So let me kind of tick those down. So for any company, all companies, any company. So if you're listening out there, you work in a company, you're listening out there and you own a company, you're listening out there and you are going to start a company. Here are the only 5 areas that growth of any company can come from. And this is not a secret, although some people will try and tell you that it is. This is just the way business works. And when I say them, you're going to go, yeah, of course. One is get more leads, right? The only way you can make your company grow, 1, get more leads. You can't have a sale until you first get a lead. So if I get more leads, convert more of those leads into actual paying customers, deepen the relationship of each of those customers by getting them to buy more of my products and services, increasing prices by having pricing power that comes from improving my value proposition, that I am delivering more value to you, solving more problems for you. And then the 5th area is in efficiency, reducing costs by increasing efficiency of your operation and the way that you serve folks. So, and therefore more of it goes to your bottom line and into profit. So that's the only 5 areas that you can grow a company. I don't care what else you do. None of those other things that you're going to do has anything to do with growing your business. They might be important. They might be necessary. They might be required by law, but they don't grow your business. And so that's what I help business owners first or foremost understand. Here's where growth is going to come from. And therefore, if we're not spending time, a sufficient amount of time on those things, we're going to, kind of fall apart. But then it's going to be, what are the processes that we use in that? So in pricing, I find people make 2 big problems or 2 big mistakes. And you said, well, what's the biggest mistake they made? It's really 2. One is that they don't really have a strategy for how they're determining pricing. And so they often undervalue their product or their service. I was dealing with, and I can tell story after story of this, but I'm only going to tell one. I was dealing with a client just last week on a new service that she wanted to, actually it was an existing service, but she wanted to do it a slightly different way. And she was selling it literally for $14.99. The item was selling for $14.99. I won't say what the item is because then it would, kind of leeway to maybe, who the client was.
$1,499.
No, $14.99. Now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, $14.99. $14.99. When I was asking her about how did you determine that price for that, she went through the conversation. I do these things. I write these books. And she had created this, very comprehensive product that her clients, her customers would really want. And she goes, and I must have given a facial like, whoa, for $14.99. She goes, do you think that's too much? I go, no, just the opposite. I think it's way too little. And she goes, why? I said, well, you could charge $197 for that, $197 for that. And she's like, well, I don't know. And so in the conversation, with her about how many she'd sold, previously, et cetera, what if you did, you raised the price to this and only sold one of them or only sold two of them. So for every 15 that you would lose, just selling one, you still make more than 15 of those that you would lose from sale. So look at how much business you would have to lose for that price, not to be effective. And that's not just about jacking up a price. That's about understanding the value of what you're delivering.
Yeah.
And so most people get it wrong because they first don't understand what their clients or customers are truly wanting, what their pain points really are. And they don't understand what's truly unique about themselves and therefore why they're able to provide value and how they're going to provide value. And if you don't know that, then you're just kind of guessing on a price. You're just kind of putting your finger up in the air and seeing where the wind blows. And it's like, whatever, $29.99, $2,050 or whatever. You're making up a number. So there are ways to find that out. There are ways to understand that. And then the first thing is making the price fit the value that you're delivering. And make no apologies about that. The second mistake that they make often, and this is more with retail, but also with some service businesses, is discount. They will discount to try and drive more sales. And I tell folks all the time, never discount your product. Never discount your service. And I can go into reasons why. And there are people out there right now who are listening to me say that going, well, that's crazy. That's silly. That's stupid. Or I'll do it because I don't want to lower my price, but I don't believe that's going to work. If you don't believe me, reach out. I can explain you in great detail. We don't have enough time here today, but I can explain in great detail why that is a recipe for failure if you are using discounting as a pricing strategy for your product and services. So,
yeah, it sounds like there's that can be like a market research issue, but most of all, it sounds like people need to reach out to you. So if someone wants to work with you, like how can they do that?
The easiest way is probably go to my website, solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's solutionswithresults.com. If you go there, you'll be able to get all of my contact information. You can actually send me a specific question about the challenge you're facing in your business, and I will respond to that. You can also get my email address, there. I'll give it to you here as well, which is Sydney W. So it's Sydney, SIDNEY W, Sydney W at solutionswithresults.com. You can also get my phone number there, which is in the US, +1 718 791 8707. So again, that's 718-791-8707. So any one of those ways, folks can reach out to me if they want to get more insight as to how I work with folks. If they'd like to get an assessment of their specific opportunity for growth for their business, I'm happy to do that as well. or if they just want to challenge me on some of the things they've heard me say here, and challenge me on, well, how does that work? And is that really true? Or I don't agree with that. Happy to have that conversation with them as well.
Yeah, it'll be time well spent. I can vouch for that. So thank you so much, Sydney, for being here.
Enjoyed it as always.
Yeah, it's always a joy to have you here on the Black Business Network.
Thank you.
And
Thanks for inviting me.
yeah, absolutely. Genius is common. We'll see you on the other side. And I want to remind everyone that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online also at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we also would like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for for March 2024, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Melaine Cheney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, and Genius is Common. And we'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 9.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
You know how a lot of people say that being successful is a great thing? Well, it really is. Yet having a successful mindset is the thing that propels people to their ultimate success. Now, many of us get stagnated, So, have you been stagnated and stuck from realizing your dreams because of fears and uncertainties and your mind telling you what if, and you never move into action? Well, you don't have to be stuck anymore. You can break free from the mind's default framework of backing down and freezing on the track to success. When doubts and difficulties arise, I've got something for you. It's called Harnessing Your Thoughts, Take the Reins, Control Your Life, and Win. And this new book is going to help you to cultivate critical thinking skills and harness those thoughts that you need to take back your control of everyday situations and win. So come and get your book July 4th, 2023. It's coming to you to help you enhance your mindset like never before. This powerful book is going to give you the strategies, tips, and tools that you need to really harness your thoughts, take the reins, control your life, because it's time for you to win.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast. And
passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently able, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. See more around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Fred Hicks, and I'm your business moderator for this evening. And on the Black Business Network, Here on the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Florida, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. As your keynote speaker this evening, I'm going to share with you a little bit of my bio. I am born and raised here in Florida, highly accomplished, certified information VP, certified data privacy and security engineer with over 27 years of experience with excellence in analytical skills, business plans, information system, disaster recovery, risk assessment, change management, and documentation acumen. I have a doctorate degree from St. Thomas University in cyber education. I am also one of the founding members of CyberMinds Research Institute, a 501c3. I am a certified data privacy solutions engineer. But I'm not alone this evening. I am also being joined this evening by Dr. Natalie Foster Johnson. Dr. Johnson is also from Florida. She's pursuing her Juris Masters with a concentration in cybersecurity, privacy, and technology risk management at Florida State University, and has earned an executive doctorate in business administration with specialization in information security, also from St. Thomas University in Miami, Florida. She also holds a master's in business administration, a Bachelor of Science in Management Information Systems from Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton. She has several industry certifications, including CISO, CDPSE, CISM, GSTRT, and is PMP certified. She has over 15 years of experience in analytics, project management, change management, governance, security, and compliance. You will learn a great deal about Dr. Johnson very shortly, and I am pleased to have her joining me this evening. Dr. Johnson, how are you this evening? I'm unable to hear you.
There we go. My apologies. Good evening, Dr. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to the Black Business Network for having the notion and the power behind our people to move us forward.
I'm excited for our conversation this evening, Dr. Johnson. And let me share with you just a little bit of that excitement. So every time there's an opportunity for our Black businesses to sit down and have conversations about something meaningful, it brings me to two critical points. The first critical point is representing. You exemplify representing not only cyber and Blacks in business, but you are also one of the few females in this space. Can you share with us some of that struggle to get to this level? Because when I look at what you've accomplished, I could have literally kept reading for another hour and not finish your resume. Share with us how did you climb to this level?
Honestly, I give grace to God, because in my development, I've always been encouraged. Oddly enough, how I came to this intersection in my life was I'm a Girl Scout mom, and I've worked in business analysis, project management. Back then, it wasn't called cybersecurity; it was management information system. I was out on the internet looking to find the next badge for my daughter's troop, and I came across the new cybersecurity badge that was then put out by Palo Alto Networks, and it was disparate. I didn't realize that I was a unicorn, and that the terrible representation of women, not women, but specifically women of color, in the information security and cybersecurity space. So I didn't understand. I didn't recognize how blessed I was at first, because throughout my career I have always had mentorship and sponsorship, and it was just eye-opening for me, and a call to action to me as a professional, to step out and do more for my community, in areas of privacy, information security, and cybersecurity, which is my passion. So I've been blessed, and I think that God has tapped me and surrounded me with a great group of individuals that motivate me on a daily basis to do more for my Black community, do more for women in technology, not just women of color. But it's a battle, and we as practitioners need to step up to the plate and show up. So
I'm so glad that you gave grace to God in your climb. I'm looking at all the other accomplishments, because what people don't know, literally sitting next to you in a classroom is one thing, but seeing you operate as a mom, a sister, a wife, and a cyber leader who can walk into a room and command the attention because all of the letters behind your name is absolutely phenomenal. This is exactly the challenge that many of our youth who might be aspiring to become one of the cyber leaders in the future, that they must face head on. If you had to name 2 traits or 2 skills, let's get dirty, 2 skills that you would say, you have to have this or you're not going to become me, how would you tell our young sisters coming out of middle school, high school, college to get to that level in their career? Two skills. Let's go. Give me 2 skills.
oddly enough, I don't see myself as a mentor or everything I've done in my career has been, motivation internally. Women in technology it's a difficult field. Cybersecurity, information security, privacy. We're not here because it's an easy job. I really equate what we do as professionals as equivalent to firefighters or police officers or first responders, because we are on the cutting edge of the new war. You have to have confidence and patience. I think this newer generation they're kind of immediate gratification. Building a career, building anything takes time, it takes effort, it takes commitment, and you haven't climbed until you failed. So you have to be open to the challenge when it presents. I didn't plan any of this, praise God. An opportunity came to me and I took it, and another opportunity came to me and I was open to it, and that's been the steps of my career, and I've been very blessed. And I'm hoping that me starting to blossom as a professional and speaking out in the community can motivate other young women, young men, veterans, anyone to look into themselves, because there is a fit in cybersecurity, information security, and privacy for everyone. And you don't have to be super technical. The skill set, the landscape is such a need. Looking back at the numbers from last year, I think it was 25% of women are represented in information security and cybersecurity. That's an issue because diversity is needed. The thought processes are needed, support is needed, and one thing that's for sure is technology is not going away, and nor is it slowing down. So,
we're about to get into that conversation in a few seconds. I have noticed that Dr. Alexis Weeks has joined us. Dr. Weeks has over 25 years of extensive experience. He's a senior global leader in data privacy regulation, cyber security, data protection controls. He also has a doctorate degree, an executive doctorate in business administration and information security, also coming from St. Thomas University, also one of the founding members of CyberMinds. Dr. Weeks, good evening, sir. Welcome.
How are you doing, Dr. Hicks and Dr. Johnson? Happy to join you guys today.
Talk about letters. If I combine the letters behind your name, Dr. Weeks, and the letters behind Dr. Johnson's name, we have enough for the phonetics for every child ages 3 to 23. You all bring it. So we're going to roll up our sleeves and get into it. So I'm going to show off a little bit of additional skills. If you can see our logo here.
CyberMinds.
Dr. Johnson and the family. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Let's get into some hot topics. I know for a fact, and thank you, Dr. Johnson, for setting the stage for us this evening. We don't have enough women and minorities in general in information security, yet alone enough minorities who happen to have a doctorate in this space. So having those, would you say certifications or a degree is paramount for your success? Dr. Weeks, jump in here. Which one, sir? Or a combination? Which do you hold?
You know, I think that's been a question that for the last 20 years has been getting a lot of prevalence in the marketplace today. And if we look at it from a research perspective, there is a notion, and most of our parents, I think Dr. Hicks and Dr. Johnson, your parents told you, go to school, get those grades, right? And make sure that education is that one thing that no one can ever take away from you. So being able to pursue that education as a kid has always been a goal of mine. And today we are still going back to school, as you rightfully mentioned. I think what we have seen previously, there was a push to try to get certified. But the question today is, why should you choose one of those? Why not have both, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that, and I think it's happening in two folds now. I think there are many individuals that have gone out that have continued to work and never got the certification. And now they're seeing
a bunch of experience then, right?
Exactly. So you may have had an individual who's worked in this industry for 30 years, don't have a degree, don't have that certification. And as they try to climb that ladder, they're beginning to hit that ceiling, right? Because now you're going to have someone who's coming in who may have had those certification or have those degrees, but not the experience. And it
Dr.
depends
Johnson,
on the industry that you're in.
Do you agree with Dr. Weeks? Is that the same thing that happened? You get all these years of experience, and then that's it, no more?
Unfortunately, yes. I work in the government space, and there is a lot of that where that individual is completely capable of doing the job, but the nature of the market has divested or digressed, evolved, however you want to put it, where there is a certain amount of onus and desire to have the educational purpose and this certification path. And when I speak to young people, I think it has to be a balance where it depends on what you want to do, where policy, procedure, governance, security, there are established frameworks that you can learn and justify the space with the certification. But there's also that need for technical drive that you can only get and only have by being in the seat and working every day in that capacity.
So with that technical drive, Dr. Johnson first, when you were, let's say that when you were embarking down this path, was it your instincts to want to open up a computer or program a computer?
You're going to laugh. I asked my dad, God rest his dead, for a computer. And he's like, what do you need that for? You can go to the library and get one of those. And you don't need one in the house. And I remember he got me a computer and I took it apart. Coding, not my thing. I took SQL and I got a C. And I barely got out of that class. And I'm like, no, thank you. So, in my capacity and what I do now as a professional, I do no coding and I run. Can I Splunk a little bit? Sure can, but depends on what scenario I'm in as a professional.
That's right. That's right. Dr. Weeks, what about you? Growing up, did you open up a computer or did you run to write some code? What was first?
When I was growing up, I wish I had a computer. Right? Let's start from there. But I think when I really got into it, being able to take it apart and understand how it works, right? What caused it to operate. So, similar to Dr. Johnson, like she said, I remember having to take a code when I was doing my undergrad and master's degree, right? And Visual Basic and basic stuff. I was into Java and some of that stuff when it get started, but I was never really a coder. I could operate the system, set up the architecture, and play with the box any given day. But, I never really got into the programming side of that, that parts of it. The zeros and ones, interestingly, was not something that I was so interested in, but understand how all of the things connect on the network, right? How the processes and everything behind the computer works kind of help.
So now put on that cybersecurity hat, and I'm going to bring us a conversation that is top of mind. We know that this is tax season in the United States. We also know that the United States is the largest target for criminal victims. Are every single morning, someone calls me and says, okay, my data's gone, my money's gone. The United States has shelled out billions in data breaches, ransomware, you name it. Both of you are sitting in those courses learning about the law, and in particular, this niche, cyber crimes, what to do in this niche. Take a macro look for me. Are we punishing our cyber criminals enough? Because to me, if you go out and commit a murder, you know that there are ramifications. If you steal 12 million records, sell it in the dark web, and make $12 million, who is punishing you to deter you from doing it again? Where is the hammer that says, stop doing these crimes? Talk to me.
So when that's an interesting question. I think if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. The challenge is that imagine your nail being in multiple parts of the world. How far can that hammer really reach? So when you think of the implication from a cyber crime perspective, that's what we're dealing with today. The benefit of all of the stuff that came out of DARPA and the whole internet as we know it was to create ability for individuals to communicate it. Typically it was researchers, and now the public is on what is on the public internet. The challenge of that architecture is the fact that jurisdictions you have to deal with, because an individual can stay out of another known country and they can hit your PC where you're located, because everything is interconnected unless you've separated architecturally to provide it some level of protection. But the fact that there's interconnectivities between a PC that you have, someone on the continent of Africa, Asia, South America, and Canada, that which benefits us the most is also what puts us at risk. And then when you start to talk about the whole criminal activities, what are the drivers of that crime, right? A colleague of mine who was doing some interesting research was looking at the whole implication of what are the drivers for a criminal to get engaged in those activities. You talk about stealing those 17 million records. If there was not a marketplace to sell those 17 million records, there would be no driver for that. If individuals were not willing and available to pay for that resources that is being compromised, there would be no market for that.
So
then you
following
have to
that
look.
logic, following
Yep.
that logic, Dr. Johnson, chime in, please. I want to punish the people behind pipeline. I want to punish those people who just stole the hospital's data. What do I do with them? What penalties are coming their way? 10 years, 5 years?
Just as in other aspects, the magnitude is absolutely amazing. When you have to understand, when these vendors are compromised, it's becoming such a common act that people don't even get upset anymore. It's, oh, my card was compromised. There's no excitement behind it now. So the pure magnitude, the I think it's being desensitized to the nature, and as Dr. Weeks pointed out, with great power becomes great responsibility, where the bad guys are progressing just as much as technology is. I mean, I was blown away as a professional that you can go get ransomware as a service on the dark web. So
no, you have to explain that one, because our listeners are going to say, wait, what did she just say? You can get ransomware as a service? What does that mean?
Just as technology begins to grow and expand, well, so does the bad guys. So now you have bad guys, presenting products that they can purchase for $1 amount, or a list of data, as you would shop in Walmart is the example that I see in my mind, where users have to be more cognizant of how they use their information, where they use their information and understand that they are bad guys actively out there for consumers as well as government, and especially for critical infrastructure. So
Oh, you hit one. You hit one. Critical infrastructure. So you mean to tell me I can go into a gas station, swipe my card, there could be a skimmer there to take my information, or I could be sitting in the airport and somebody sitting way across the sea can shut down the airport's flights, shut down the hot water in an entire city, hold an entire infrastructure hostage? Talk about critical infrastructure. What is under attack and what is the motive?
Well, as a part of growing technology and just a general explanation of what critical infrastructure is, it is exactly what it is. It's our telephone, our communications, our aviation system, transportation, water, electricity, all the things that are critical to day-to-day life. It's an amazingly bad situation in some retrospects, where a lot of these systems that were created, say an airport or a port, they've been in business for 20, 30 years. The technology that was created those many years ago aren't set up to fight the cyber criminals of today. So there are older systems. There isn't segmentation. There isn't that smarter, newer technology that allows protections on newer items. So operational technology, you're here to refer to as OT, and information technology have now come together, and the old stuff is kind of difficult to protect it. And that's one of the big issues with critical infrastructure. And we've seen outages with major communication carriers. We have the Colonial Pipeline. There's been definite threats on our water systems. So it beyond what we see as consumers, there's this whole other level of concern and diligence that needs to be put in place to protect society. That's why I'm so passionate about what I do and trying to spread my passion to others, where we're all educated about what we need to do to protect our privacy, information security, and cybersecurity of everything. I laugh. One of the gentlemen I work with, he's like, "Oh, I don't need MFA. I don't reload my Starbucks card without MFA." And that's a small step that consumers and everyone can initiate to create compensating controls to help protect yourself.
So MFA is that little. So when I log into my bank account, I get the little text message first before I can actually go in, right?
Right. It can be your fingerprint. It can be a code that's text to you. That's, everyone asks me, what can I do to protect myself? Turn on two-factor authentication. It's also referred to as multi-factor authentication on everything that you do. There's been a big push in the banking industry where you can't pay your mortgage online unless you do the MFA process, because it's good for your vendor, it's good for you, and you want to protect your money, honestly. You want to make sure that who you're paying is where that money should go, and they want your money. And it's just little steps that we can take to be more careful as consumers.
I don't play around with that money. We don't play around with that money. Look, wait a minute. Dr. Weeks. So if literally they're coming for the infrastructure, why is it that there's another group, or maybe it's the same group, right, that is also coming for the grandmas, the individuals who are trying to just make it, put food on the table? Because on average, the average American last year lost $1,800 every time they were hacked, held for a ransom at an individual level. We're not talking about the big ones, right? I mean, it could be your neighbor. It could be the dry cleaner. Anybody. Why are they coming for us? What do they want?
But they definitely come in for us, and especially the seniors. We're seeing an uptick in that, specifically because that section of the market tend to be more trustworthy. They're growing up in a different time, and ex-World War II individual who's born after that time, where they're receiving these calls and these text messages that come and say, "Hey, I have your grandson, and I'm going to send him to jail."
Wow.
Right? So when they get these kind of calls that actually come in, they may not be the sharpest to think, "Hey, somebody's trying to con them," right? Because they're trying to be so good in their heart, and they're always trying to find a way to use a family member or they may get that call that says, hey, your grandkids or your child is overseas on vacation and they was arrested, and you need to be able to release certain money. And when you look at the technologies today, like those individuals may receive a text message or call from something or someone that purported to be that relative of theirs.
Hold on, wait. Are you saying, are you hinting at AI also helping with the voice?
Oh, AI. If you look at it, research indicate that an AI simulation can take anywhere from 8 to 9 seconds of you just speaking.
Wow.
And replicate an entire conversation. So imagine your mom calling you, right? And you're like, hey, my mom looks like she needs some money. Hey, I need some money. I'm at the groceries and my car don't work, right? And you being a loving son, if you're not into a lot of the technologies today, the first thing you try to do is help your mom, right?
That's right. That's
when
right.
When do you need it? And then she may send you something. Here's the link or whatever the case is. Send me this information. So if you're not mindful and doing that secondary check, not only can the seniors be taken, but busy people, right? I recently had an individual who was speaking at an event, and she was talking about her son. She received this call that her son was in an accident and hit a pregnant woman. Right? He won this red light, and the passenger on the other side was a pregnant woman, and he was going to be arrested. So imagine being a parent that received that call. Immediately you jump into like, okay, what can I do to help that situation?
Yep.
Only for, and you don't really know, but so it's that emergence, right? There is that sense of urgency that gets created. Something that needs to be done right now. Don't think about it. Don't call anybody. I can help you. I am the one person who you never met. All of a sudden decide to call you and help Dr. Fred Hicks, right?
Figure it out. Wow.
Just try to figure it out. Then the first thing you try to do, because you're in that emotional state, you try to react immediately to help that problem. And this speaker was just saying she happened to go talk to her husband. And her husband said, why don't you just call your son?
They send that money right away, don't they?
But she was about to do it, but then the husband said, hey, you should call your son. Only to find out the kid is playing video games. Right?
And not
really in a true accident, right? But being in that situation, because the emotion is so high, you want to fix the problem right now. And what can you do?
Take advantage of that.
And they take advantage of that, right?
And they're winning. How do we stop
that technology is going to continue to grow. There are several individuals that have been in front of Congress trying to find ways to protect people, and you can't react on emotion. You need to be mindful when someone is pressing you with urgency. Take the time to step and verify the situation before you make a haste movement, because there's just so many cyber criminals that are just feeding on people and their weaknesses and their fears. We have to learn to, grow with technology and understand that deep fake and AI, and they present a new level of concern.
So during COVID, there was an uptick in the number of cyber criminals, and trying to do the math, right? We have 330 million Americans. Of those 330 million Americans, the baby boomers, those who you just mentioned, who are after World War II, if you will, who are still alive, have the largest dollars in the bank than any other generation. They are, by all headlines, super rich. Their intent is to inherit those dollars down. If you had to guess a trend, one trend that I'm anticipating happening in cyber war, as that group passes away, there are going to be criminals who are going to want those dollars not to go to their rightful heirs, but to go to their pockets. I'm predicting, that's one of my predictions, that will be a huge uptick as we go forward, that you will see theft of that exchange from one heir to another. In both of your everyday events. As you walk through your cyber worlds, name another prediction. Give me another prediction based on what you see happening that is coming.
Can I do a positive one?
Oh, please, please.
Technology continues to grow. I think I take the example of going from a horse carriage to a car. There was so much pushback, and I embrace the positive side of technology, where everything has to integrate, everything has to evolve. Each and every one of us, as consumers, as professionals, as people, have to understand where we fit in this evolution. You can't ignore it. My mother is older, and we're talking about being safe online. We're talking about, what's MFA and how should I use it. We can empower ourselves, just as we empower ourselves as Black entrepreneurs, as Black business owners. We choose to take the call to action and be that voice in your area. We need to take this tool, technology, AI, whatever else comes into mind, and we need to harness it and benefit as a generation, as a people. We just have to drive, our communities of color into using technology and benefiting from it as a whole. So we continue to grow. We need to continue to nurture. I love the scholarship opportunities that are being afforded to high school seniors in college. We have to give them the tools they need to be successful. And this organization and organizations like it, and organizations like CyberMinds, we are passionate. We want to be thought leaders of privacy, information security, and cybersecurity. We need to lead that charge globally.
I am elated that you pointed that out, Dr. Johnson. As we march into this next era of growth in technology, those are excellent next steps, and those are absolutely necessary. So I'm appreciative, and I've heard that, and I've digested that. So thank you, Dr. Weeks. A prediction.
So, from a prediction perspective, I think Dr. Johnson already hit on the whole technology adoption and how quick we are innovating, and the time in between the discovery of the technology to when it's adopted is getting shorter. But one area that I think is also going to be at the precipice of many of the things that we're doing is that value of data, right? You think of data being that new goal that many organizations are harnessing, right? Everything that we do today is one based on data. You can't have AI, ML, or any other initials without having data. Data is going to be the thing that is actually required to run these systems. So without having that data, I think there is going to be a big effort around processes to protect the integrity of that data, because many of the algorithms that are being trained today has been tested on data sets that we know have underlying challenges. So that value of data and customers being at the forefront of controlling their data, right, is one thing as a advocate for data privacy that I'm always mindful of, right? How do we as customers go out and actually own that which is data? And that's why there is an interplay between the whole legal aspect of data ownership, right? Because without that data, many of the organizations that operate today would not exist, because they would not be able to function without that critical information called data.
And many of those next steps for many of the cyber criminals relies on data. And you didn't have an hour-long discussion on privacy 10, 15 years ago. Now you can have an hour-long discussion about data privacy, especially with the launch of GDPR and all of the subsequent legislation that has passed here in the United States as a result of that movement. As we break into the last 5 to 8 minutes here, I just want to get into a small conversation about how do we protect our most critical on the opposite end. We talked about the seniors and their harms. Talk to me a little bit about how can we put more protections in place for our children? So one of the concerns here in Florida has been legislation to say to a bunch of families here, put the technology down for children under age 13. And I'm not opposed to that. I think that there need to be some rules to help not only protect, but give children an opportunity to grow without the influence of some of the stuff that they can get into, and further protect them from some of the harms that are out there. So,
yeah.
Dr.
So,
Johnson, your thoughts?
I am a parent. I have an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old, and it starts at home. Social media, again, as any other technology has progressed, can be a good thing and a bad thing. Young people in general have to understand that what goes on the internet stays on the internet, and we must be mindful of our decisions and how those decisions can ultimately affect our career choices and our life going forward. There have been so many instances. I read just an article today of a young lady who posted herself with an automatic weapon, and she was in her prom dress, and it was I don't know, I wouldn't say distasteful, but it was basically, you put yourself out in a certain perspective, and you have to understand that not everyone is going to digest that perspective in a humorous or playful way. According to the story, she lost her scholarship. She lost her full scholarship because of the picture that she displayed on social media. So there are real tangible just consequences that can happen. And I don't know that a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old, and in some cases a 25-year-old, truly understands the gravity of their decisions when they choose to click post. And this is where education, security awareness, talking to your kids. Years back, it was the TikTok challenges where, kids were doing very dangerous things because they saw the challenge on social media. So we as parents and as the community that raises children have to have those common sense conversations. I used to say to my son, is it real or fake? Is that a smart thing or a bad thing? And I would have him explain to me why this is dangerous. Why drinking cough syrup and because it's a TikTok challenge, and you can hurt yourself with some of these challenges that are being seen in a very playful and just innocent light can affect you downstream. It's just a very rigorous conversation that you need to continue to have with your community, and that is not just the kids, it's the elders, it's the people in between, where we have to think about how our choices and how we present ourselves in technology can affect our lives in general.
Wow. Very, very, very important. And you highlight quite a few of those nuances that come with just that social media exposure at such a young age. And then lurking in the background are other harms. Dr. Weeks, what about the criminals who are pursuing our children out there?
Well, Dr. Hicks, that's another challenging, task, because like Dr. Johnson said, as a parents, you can only do so much to warn your kids about these things. Like Dr. Johnson said, it starts in the home, but society and everything have a part to play as it relates to how we raise our kids. You have to be able to teach your kids about the harms before they get on social media. You can't wait until they get on social media, because sometimes they're looking for a connection. There is that connection is what they're yearning for, and that platform represents that place where a kid who may be shy feel like they can go and express themselves, and being in that opportunity to communicate and connect with like-minded people. And that's why when you go back and look at the history of the internet, the intention for why it was developed was good, and the fundamental interest has not really changed. What is now happening is that now you've created an opportunity for individuals to now target kids. And I think Dr. Johnson was addressing a legislation that was recently being passed in the state of Florida that addressed holding these social media companies responsible. But the question is that anyone can get on social media and fill out a form that say, I am 26 if I'm in fact 12 years old. So there is fundamentally a challenge in society in terms of how you're able to do that. Because just like you would be mindful of your kids walking on the street by themselves, imagine now being online where a 49-year-old can now create a profile saying he's 12 years old or she's 12 years old, and now communicate with your 12-year-old kid, right? So if you remember, NBC or ABC used to have a TV show about To Catch a Predator.
Yes, yes.
And you realize that these shows are real. There is individuals in this country and many other countries who intentionally target kids and exploit kids. So there's regulation like COPA and many other regulations at the state level that is trying to establish requirement to protect our kids online. But many of that start with the home, start in school, start in your church, your mosque, or your synagogue, or any place where you worship. It is you as a parent that need to spend that time to communicate with your kid. Because a 12-year-old kid is not working, so they don't have their own money to just go buy those stuff, unless they have a paper route like Dr. Smith had when he was a kid, right? Or Dr. Johnson when she was a Girl Scout raising her own funds.
Yeah.
But still, it's still that parents who provide those same solutions to their kids. But one of the challenges you have today, Dr. Hicks, is that the kids know more about the technology than the parents. And the kids are finding in many ways. I had those conversations with my kids. I tell my kids, if I go online, I'm going to search and find you.
Oh, yeah.
So don't let me go find anything online that you don't want me to find.
That's
and I
so
think
true.
Dr. Johnson kind of mentioned the fact about being mindful of what you post. I remember being at a graduation years ago, and the keynote speaker was talking about the same thing. Imagine if what you post in secret was posted in public. How would you feel about that? And that wasting time and getting drunk and partying and doing different things that you thought was fun, somebody doing an interview would definitely search Natalie Foster Johnson online.
Correct.
What would they find? And it's public information, so it may be used against you.
This is the strength of CyberMinds. We've translated all of your technical skills, both of you with those laundry list of letters behind your names, into sit down, have a concrete conversation about what's happening now, what is going to happen tomorrow, and how do we protect those who are older, those who are with us, and those who are coming behind us. Those are the strengths that CyberMinds brings to the table. So both of you as founders of CyberMinds, me too, what are your sentiments about what will CyberMinds do in the next 12 months to impact street level? How on earth can our American citizens protect themselves? Two things that we are working on. Dr. Johnson.
I have a passion for the children. In particular, what brought me here was Girl Scouts. I want to see CyberMinds grow and perpetuate the passion that we have as professionals to other women of color, men, women. I just want everyone to understand that, cybersecurity, information security, importantly, privacy are very important to having a well-rounded, happy life. You don't want to make choices that in the future can damage you financially, mental health, and just staying balanced. I want to work with the community, young and old, and to have them understand what I love so much, and how we can work together to make a safer landscape for everyone. The more that we can educate people and more they can use their tool set and build out their tool sets, they can teach others. And it hopefully makes the bad guys a little less successful. And that's all we can ask for at the end of the day.
That's exactly it. Dr. Weeks,
so
what else is CyberMinds working on, my friend?
So when we think of CyberMind, we're talking about protecting wealth transfer, right, for generation. And I think you just mentioned some of the important implication of that, where you have seniors who spend a generation creating wealth, but if they're not mindful through an appropriate awareness, education, training, that hard work can be gone. And instead of being in a position that you can transfer that generational wealth to your next king folks, you lose that to a criminal who can, misunderstand your trust or, take your trust for granted. And imagine in our community, some of those same implications. First of all, it's already challenging to acquire that wealth.
Yeah.
So imagine being impacted by the same technology now, where that becomes an additional way for wealth transfer to be blocked. So whether you have businesses, nonprofit organization, or just the elderly. So at CyberMinds, we're thinking about protecting from the young generation through education all the way up to the seniors. Everyone needs to be able to be better aware to make better decisions. The more informed you are, they give you an opportunity to think. Slow down for a second and think before you make that decision. Trust but verify.
Trust but verify. I love repeating that, writing it, telling everybody I know. You have to, because today it's right around the corner. The harms are here, right? We know for a fact that CyberMinds is in its infancy. What's our website? How can we get in touch with other members, not only here on this channel, but out in social media?
The website is www.cybermindsinstitute.org. We have a contact form that we're here to engage with the community. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if you have efforts that you'd like to partner with established cybersecurity professionals to assist your organization in being better in that space, we are here to serve.
Definitely. And you can also find us on social media. If you Google us, or you go on LinkedIn, or if you go on X or Twitter, and you search for CyberMind Research Institute, you should be able to locate one of us at any time. You also can reach out to this organization who may be able to get in contact with us. So we talk about being able to set up those sessions. Just having that conversation, I think it will be key for us to be able to reach individuals and create those awareness. We know that they're using the technology. We know that the adoption is moving fast. We just want to make sure that we're helping you get the additional skills so you can make better decisions and protect your family.
Without those skills, you're going to get burned. Don't get got. And to me, as we look into not only last year and go into next year, it's a matter of time that they're knocking on your door. And they're not going to knock polite. They're going to break in. So look over your shoulder, teach the little ones. And that's what CyberMind is saying. We are here to help small business, large business, grandparents, caregivers, protect children, and ensure right research, making positive impacts in our communities, not just in Florida, but wherever we are needed, because we're all connected. That internet has opened up a floodgate of opportunity, but it also has a backdoor to nefarious actors. We are here to help you understand those harms and to stop them in their tracks. We've had a wonderful discussion this afternoon. I want to make sure that everyone understands that every day that we wake up, we're here trying to help you. I want to start by giving a thank you to Dr. Johnson. Wow. Listening to your expertise, I understand the letters behind your name. And I know by the time this weekend is over, you probably have 2 more letters. I'm excited for you. Your career is, you hit a ceiling and burst right through it. So congratulations on all of your success, and what a role model for everybody. I don't care if you black, white, whatever color. Success is success. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your time with us this evening. And we were surprised. We were supposed to be on with just Dr. Johnson and I, and here comes the distinguished Dr. Weeks. How are you? And there we have it. We know his letters every day, all day. Thank you, sir. Your wisdom and privacy knowledge and cyber knowledge is just absolutely mind blowing. And I know that you want 2 more letters from what I heard. I know you're going for it. I
Yes,
think you're
sir.
going to try it, right? So
Yep.
what's next? What letters are coming?
Well, within 2 months, I think we're going to add the JM for we're going to have a Juris Masters in Law. So our intention is to dominate all fields at the end of the day. We want to make sure when we walk in the room, we're the smartest in the room in multiple different fields. We want to understand what everyone knows so that we can better inform and help our people and our community and on all of those that need help from a cybersecurity perspective. We understand that there's an interplay related to law, related to privacy, related to cybersecurity, commerce, and multiple fields within this space, which is why when we started with the idea of creating cyber minds, there was individual that bring a multiplicitude of expertise and experience to the discussions. So I am my brother's keeper and my sister's keeper, and we will continue to push each other so that we can succeed as a community, right? We want to make sure we have the right tools, the right education, the right knowledge, so we're able to better inform those that we're trying to help every day.
Proud, so proud. Just looking at this team and knowing that there are more of us, right? So we have to send huge shout outs for the balance of our team. They couldn't be with us this evening, but we are forever grateful for that entire team. We have Dr. Gamaris, we have Dr. Johnson here with us, Dr. Joseph. We also have Dr. Knowles. It's just a phenomenal team that has been assembled in this space. Say it again.
I forget Dr. Honey and Miss Johnson.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't going to mention Dr. Honey without highlighting Dr. Honey because Dr. Joseph is not here. But if we don't mention Dr. Honey, I know for a fact that on the next show, she will be on here letting me have it.
She may just pop in on the next session. You never know.
Hopefully.
The Black Business Network, this global community of sharing business knowledge to empower, you should feel inspired, right? Educating businesses about business is real. Everyone knows that we're here. Give the website one more time, Dr. Johnson.
www.cybermindsinstitute.org.
And press contact, and we will all receive your information, and we will be in touch as soon as we receive it. I hope that the audience may or may not have some questions for us. If they do, I don't see any in the chat. We will be more than happy to answer any questions. And we are excited, right? Come on. What's next? Sky's the limit. More letters, more ways, more help.
More opportunities to help our people.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Genius is common. And I will see all of you on the other side.
Thank you.
We're waiting to see if Miss Hicks was going to join us.
Oh, it looks like we have more time.
Hey, we have more time. We can continue our discussion.
Oh, well, we didn't get to one area that I want to get to.
Yep.
It looks like we do have more time. So let's get into one more area that I'm excited about. So we all know that every single year, different large network entities come up with their predictions. We know that Norton as an industry highlights the number of hacks and number of attacks that they've warded off. And we know that all of these different industries come up with all of this information for us to sift through. We didn't even have an opportunity to get into what to do with that side of it, namely research. Where is the research headed? Now we get to put on that scholarly hat for a few minutes, right? When we talk about privacy research and information security research, where is that industry headed? Why is it so difficult to take some of the research that is being written and translate it into practical application? Is it timing? Are the criminals attacking too fast? Why is it a struggle? Talk to me about translating research into real life practitioner day-to-day operations?
Well, from a research perspective, I think there is many efforts abound to conduct the type of research that should be leading to better outcome within that space. There is many individuals who's fighting the good fight around data protection. The state of Illinois, for example, have set up the BIPA, the Biometric Information Privacy Act, that look at how do you protect many of the same things that we're dealing with today. And there are many researchers out there who's trying to look at coming up with new ways to safeguard our information online. I think one of the challenges that we continue to see is that there is not enough user engagement in that research outcome, right? Where you're really putting that I have a stock in it too kind of mentality. Because the individuals that's going out there, an organization who's trying to monopolize the internet using your data, they're not just going to go silently into the night because Dr. Hicks and Dr. Johnson has a problem with me using your data. So they're also doing their own research too, right? That talks about how bad it is not with what we're doing in the marketplace today.
So they're translating that research faster than we are, right?
Because a lot of the stuff in terms of technology is moving very fast. So the average researcher may take anywhere from 6 months to a year just to collect the data. You need to make sure that it is sampled right, your IRB'd right, so you're mindful of collecting data, right, and making sure it's not going to be inappropriately used as part of that process. So the research process itself takes time, and especially if it comes from private entity. One of the things you want to look at it is whether the government or other organization may have that vested interest. So people need to get involved and have that interest. But because we are looking at it from our perspective, we are trying to do research to look at the adaptability of that technology and how it can be misused, right? And use effectively as well, right? So we're looking at it from both the use of the technology and also whether it can be misused. And what are some of the drivers that may get you into that perspective as well. But I think there's a fundamental difference when you think of data and privacy. You have an approach that may be specifically fundamental rights. Like in the US, we have the First Amendment and multiple other alienated rights, as you will call. Data is not one of those, right? Privacy is not necessarily one of those that's enshrined in a constitution. But there has been
reading an article about Alabama's privacy rights.
Yes.
That piece of legislation has faced some challenges already.
Yes. But even the legislation, that's what I'm saying, is as many organizations try to move forward and create these different steps and different level of protections, there is also a force multiplier. Where there's folks who's trying to impede your ability to move some of these things forward because it would directly impact their business. So for example, look at it from the federal level within the US. Recently, there have been a lot of conversation around data privacy protection because of the implication whereby data brokers were utilizing records for service members. That is a nonpartisan issue that would get people from both sides to have the conversation. But as a privacy advocate, I'm like, we had a GSA that was impacted years ago. And the government service organization, that GSA organization have records for anybody who have applied for clearance. And Dr. Johnson, you would know if you have gone through that process, your information would be in GSA. Yep. And that information would list critical information.
Data would be gone too?
Her data would have been gone if she had clearance at that time and it was part of that impacted data set. So when that organization collects information on you for the last 20 years to determine whether Dr. Hicks is a good person to provide this high level of clearance, imagine if that organization is compromised, right? So incidents like those highlight the need for a use or balance between private and public partnership. Many individuals don't want government in their business. Many individuals want to talk about the market is going to regulate itself. The challenge that you have is because the technology is moving so fast, the government can't regulate that which they don't know exists. Because by the time the government know and start to regulate it, the person who come up with the technology is already on their next pet project. Right? So it's like constantly chasing your tail.
So going back to that translation, that fine line of moving from research theory, if you will, some group of think tank individuals have come up with this approach. By the time it rolls into quote unquote real life for practitioner utilization, it faces other barriers. So that is that regulation and a life barrier that stops it from going forward. I recently read that CISA was hacked.
Yes.
What on earth are we going to do when the entity responsible for changing and creating frameworks gets hacked? Dr. Johnson, talk to me.
I mean, it's an interesting situation where CISA is no different than any other organization, and organizations must implement compensating controls. They have to truly understand where the crown jewels are, so that they can protect appropriately based on criticality and the sensitivity of the information. I'm going to take the conversation in another direction where in my research was the underrepresentation of women of color in information technology, and it can be broadened, of course, to technology in general, where there is still this issue. CISA was putting out informations and scholarships where we've missed the mark in technology, we've missed the mark in information technology, and it's still a problem today, which kind of all ties into the overarching issue of where we are as a country when it comes to protections for privacy and information security and cybersecurity. And I think that we, as professionals, as practitioners, as researchers, need to continue to have that drive and understanding what we can do, what tangible actions we can do. And in my retrospect, it's, promoting education, promoting the next generation of cybersecurity and information security professionals to have that passion. For Dr. Weeks, it's understanding and digging into the complexity of privacy. And we are often going to hit a wall, because you're right, those data brokers are making very good money and very good, billions of dollars a year on data, on privacy. We make jokes on late night comedy about people who give away. I think everyone's seen that skit where someone gives away their sensitive information out of a simple conversation. Yes. It goes back to educating across the board on what we should expect. Our counterparts in our governments across the pond are a little more progressive and a little more, I think, aligned with how delicate this process can be, and the importance of owning our information and understanding what those privacy parameters should be and what companies should live by. So I mean, I think it's a holistic approach where they seem different, but that they're not. Research and specifically cybersecurity and information security is new. But we need to, based on what we know, continue to drive, continue to teach, continue to foster, continue to sponsor, continue to mentor, so that we can shorten the deficits that continue to exist in technology.
So from your hat to get from that research that you started, and I'm glad that you highlighted the dissertation because the topic is so relevant still, move into that space, it's just going to take time and grinding and continuous repetition of making sure that next bright mind has what they need to succeed.
But you also need a new trend of researchers, right? Thus the adoption and creation of cyber minds. We are coming from industry and doing research, as opposed to having a researcher who just managing it from a theoretical framework perspective.
So we flip.
You ain't never managed a shop before, right?
That's right.
You can talk about how nice it would be to put controls in place, but if you ain't never been in an organization that been hacked and having to test what you put on paper, it's a total different thing. So when we come to the forefront saying we're going to be researchers, we've been there. We've been managing shop when Katrina came through. We've been managing shop when institution has been hit, right? So I think the knowledge of expertise that we would bring to that research, we ain't just trying to match the framework now when we choose a specific framework for our research. We are already thinking it from how would it directly impact business. And Dr. Johnson was, I think, mentioning the whole topic of CISA. Because you're the institution that put out papers and best practices, that don't mean you're not going to be hit.
Yeah.
Understand that from a cybersecurity perspective, everyone will be hit.
Yeah.
So they put their papers up and to try
you
to stop
will
the hack.
reach.
I love CISA. They provide amazing opportunities for growth in the cybersecurity space, but we're all on a level playing field. And I think it was an eye opener for any practitioner where no one is immune to this battle. This is an ongoing war, and I know that the people at CISA are going to make the necessary changes to fix what was wrong and continue to fight the good fight. So.
That's what research. What does research say, Dr. Hicks? Research say, as an industry, we tend to be more reactive than proactive.
That's true.
And this is a primary example how difficult it is for you to go to your institution and say, I need $1 million.
That's so true.
How difficult it is to you go to your institution after you had an incident and say, I need $5 million.
It is so difficult after, because everyone's going to look at you and wonder, why didn't that million on the front end help? Well, we should have invested more. That's that balance that we heard while in school, right?
Yeah.
That level of risk that we're willing to accept. Anderson, 2003. I'm going to bring the golden nugget. I'm going to put on the criminal hat for a moment and bring you the golden nugget. I'm not going after the seniors with the money. I'm going after medical data. And I'm going to walk you down this path because...
Now you're talking about my kind of conversation now, Dr. Hicks.
Well, I just saw a study that said that Ozempic could be made cheaper.
Yes.
And I'm thinking to myself, we all know that there's an Ozempic that comes through the regular insurance path. And then there's that street level where that data is sitting somewhere. There's a whole host of Americans who would love to have any of these wonderful drugs.
Yes.
So there's a huge target in that data set. Someone is going to get that information. But then you pull back and you look at all the other medical data sets. People who have suffered and who are battling with cancer. People who have suffered, who are battling with, you name it, diabetes.
Yes.
These are all buy-in data sets. When? And I don't want to say tomorrow, but maybe even right now, someone's going for that data. It will be cracked. How do we stop it from our medical record? There's two things that are personal to us, our money and our medical. How do we stop that?
Well, Dr. Hicks, I think when we think of cybersecurity, especially in the medical field, one of the things that we always have to remember is there are many things that we can change, right? Think of it from a financial perspective. If your credit card is compromised, you can go change your credit card. When your medical information is compromised, that is that one level of trust that you as an individual is supposed to have with the industry, with your physicians, your providers, all those people. Your social security number, you have to go through a couple of steps to really change that, right? So there's key things that really follows you. And within the industry, the reason why they're targeted is because they maintain so much information about you, Dr. Hicks. Imagine if you were from the one city, your parents were born in the same city, your kids was born in the same city. That institution has a large amount of information about just your family alone. And the ability to be able to manage that type of information, that's why the responsibility on the medical provider is really key, right? Because of the sensitivity of the data that they maintain, they're going to constantly be a target. You don't go out and change your insurance ID or your medical ID number from your provider. Those things follow you.
From one year to the next, right?
It was a recent breach, and they're still trying to recover, and just the impact of the industry on being able to reach your medical provider and get the medication that you need. It can be devastating to us as a country.
Yep. Imagine your pharmacy calling you Dr. Hicks, telling you that you're trying to do your renewal, right, for your medication. Like we are taught as a people to never second guess doctors, police, and many of those people who are supposed to be in authority. But what happens when the perpetrators personate those individuals?
Because when you see Walgreens in your phone, you pick it up.
You're definitely going to pick up that call.
You pick up CVS.
Yeah.
So the golden nugget being, if I get all of everyone's medical data.
Yep.
I don't care about what I hack on X. I don't care about what I get from Instagram. I have your medical data. Now I can help move things that I know cost a ton of money. And what would those things be? Your medicine.
Ooh.
Into a portal that is fictitious. Hi, I know you need to renew. Your insulin's running low.
Yep.
Click here, we got a discount. Put in your banking information. Gotcha. I get so many with that nugget. The attacks are happening. I was reading an article in Hacker News where the medical infrastructure is under such heavy attack in the last 6 to 9 months that they are worried because the clock is ticking. All medical data, all patient information is supposed to be in the cloud by 2025. Clock is ticking. They're coming.
So one other thing beyond the security side of that, Dr. Hicks, was once your medical record is compromised, now somebody can go in as Dr. Hicks and get medical service. Imagine if your medical record is compromised and I go in and say, hey, I'm Dr. Hicks. I went in with an ID. All the information is there. I go in for a procedure. You come back in the next week. And they're like, oh, yeah, Dr. Hicks, you're here. You're following up from the last procedure. We see that you left whatever, right? Appendix or whatever. Something was supposed to be taken out. The ability to have medical malpractice situation drastically increases, because if I can compromise your medical records, not only are we addressing a societal challenge where medicine and healthcare is not appropriately distributed, right? But the fact that that system can be compromised and somebody now going acting as you're talking about a life or death situation now. This is not just compromising a bank and running up someone's credit card. This is adding changes to your medical records permanently that now becomes you.
Much deeper, because many of us are watching our grandparents, our parents age on medical. If they get that information on literally our parents, wow, that's scary. We need double the shields on medical information. We thought banking was a target. If we don't get double the shields on banking, and look at what has happened, we need triple the shields on medical, because MFA in everybody's hand, right, is double the shields. Before you could just log on. Now you have to have MFA. I don't know a single bank out there that doesn't have at least mandatory multi-factor authentication turned on.
Why do you think the bank is forcing MFA, Fred? Dr. Hicks. Think about it.
They should.
For me,
the banks used to be the one holding the bag many years ago. So what they have done is flip the script that they said, okay, we're going to force you to implement these controls, because if you come and say you lose that money, if you want to give your money away, that's a total different thing. As long as I'm not going to be held from the bag. Like I always tell people, if you're going to go to a place to buy anything, if you don't trust the organization, do not use your bank card. Use your credit card. I think the regulation limit to you like $50 or something from an obligation perspective. They get to your card, Dr. Hicks, they'll drain that money.
They will. And I've said it before. If you have my money, I trust you enough.
Definitely.
Now, I'm going to have to rethink it. If you have my x-rays, I don't trust you.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go and stand in front of the hackers to ensure that my x-rays are protected, my liver records are protected, my kidney exams, all of that information needs to be protected. If we don't have that protection, someone could become me in the medical universe. That's scary to me. It looks like we just lost Dr. Weeks. So while in that heated conversation, Dr. Johnson, let me tell you, if someone comes for your medical data, we have to save you. I need to become a hacker if they steal our medical data. That's when we will become hackers, because that to me is another sacred nugget. We cannot give up that information. That's like holding out until the very end of the war, right?
Mm-hmm. And these are all proponents and steps and things that we need to take in consideration as practitioners, as consumers. There's just so much work to be done in this space and teaching and for people to understand the power they have as consumers. It's not just I can sign up for this game or give my sensitive information away for nothing. We have to be more mindful of what these decisions are going to result in downstream, and just be more careful and more cognizant about what we're doing with the information that is so precious to us.
And every year tax season comes and goes. Every year we see holiday seasons come and go. And each of those different seasons where the nefarious actors come out of the woodworks and start attacking. Mm-hmm. We lived through COVID and all of those attacks. I don't think we can survive a medical raid because they're all connected, aren't they?
They're all connected. We gotta stay resilient. We gotta stay positive. One thing that's constant in life is change, and technology continues to evolve, and we will evolve as a people and do the work to make sure that things are protected, things are sound, and that at the end of the day, everyone just wants to live a good life. They want to feel sound. They want to be in a good place. And Cyber Minds, organizations like the Black Business Network, we all have the same desire in mind. So
that brings us full circle to that whole conversation about why we need to work with the group behind us. We know for a fact that in order to achieve, that next generation must understand this, because if they don't understand the severity of the situation, it will not be protected. So as I prepare, even knowing that one day I will expire, the records and the information that I leave need to be protected. All of the children behind us need to understand the importance of it. Our college graduates, those interested in studying in this space, there's a whole realm, wide open realm, if you will, where you fit. You are enough, and your skills are enough. If you're interested in understanding cybersecurity, the team that is herein assembled, not only do we have the knowledge to say to everybody who is interested, you can do it, but we can help you get there. We absolutely understand that in this day and age, we're all hungry for more, hungry to gain. But the evil actors, they're hungry for your information. They're hungry for your data because they want your lifestyle. And no matter what happens, when we see that they're making billions, that number is ticking up towards $1 trillion mark. I recently read a headline where it was actually at the T level, $1 trillion in cyber crimes.
Yep.
It's not slowing down. There's plenty of room for new experts to come and help join this side of the fight. So cyber is wide open, privacy is wide open, and that niche where privacy and law overlap is wide open. But don't forget, this starts with research. We are all doctors in this space, and we are also C-level or higher in some cases with our knowledge that went into the doctorate program. So we bring the skills. CyberMinds is ready to help, and I am more than a commercial for CyberMinds. I am excited for what CyberMinds is scheduled to do, not only this year, but in years to come.
And Dr. Hicks, I think we can go into the whole mentorship. You know, what have we done or hoping to accomplish with our mentorship program? Because like you said, I think the next generation of individuals that need to be here to address the whole risk within cybersecurity is going to take an army, right?
I want to thank you,
We can't show out enough doctors enough. Dr. Johnson, go ahead.
I want to thank you, Dr. Hicks and Dr. Weeks, for this invitation. I have to go. I thank the Black Business Network, and I hope you guys will have me back. This was actually pretty fun, but
Dr. Johnson, you are one of our geniuses, and we know that genius is common. We are looking forward to seeing you on the other side. Have a safe, wonderful evening, and please, please do and continue to do in your space. You're one of our superstars. Thank you.
I'll be back. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for joining us today. So, Dr. Hicks, I think we're getting into the whole issue or the excitement space of mentorship. You know, how has mentorship helped you in the journey thus far? And what is it that we're doing with CyberMind to help the next generation of professionals who's going to take the torch forward?
I'm excited to talk about mentorships because there are two things that I want to make sure that everybody's aware of about what mentorship, one, has meant and what it continues to mean. When we look back at my own past, I had several different mentors in several different phases of my career. And as I began to advance, some of those mentors were there when I needed them, exactly when I needed them. And then I was off and running, right? And some people might think, oh, mentors start with parents. They do. And they extend beyond that realm, right? It can be an aunt, a grandparent. It can be a person who you work for, your boss, a relative of the boss. Whomever takes an interest becomes that mentor. So going back to even working while in college, in my undergrad studies at Loyola University, I was fortunate enough to work for a mentor who literally, she continued to say to me, "You're beyond McDonald's. This is just a stop along the way for you. I can tell by how you speak and how you present yourself as a young man that this is not the end for you." And in my mind, I translated that as additional drive and motivation to get more and to keep going forward. And so when I jumped into the doctoral program, we were mentored by not only our professors, we have to give homage to Dr. Knowles, Dr. TJ gets a shout out, and the host of others like Dr. Matthews who helped us get there. But when I look to my left and I look to my right, we too were mentors for one another, looking at each of the C levels in the room, understanding that we were all at the same space. That mentoring is so powerful, especially once you start embarking on academic achievements. Having the C level as a professional walking in now trying to obtain that doctorate level, sitting in a classroom, you have to say, I need help. And when you do, help is there. Help was always there, and we helped each other get through that process. So CyberMinds is absolutely ready and capable to extend that to anyone interested. If you're studying in a cyber program and you are questioning, why is this assignment about privacy so complicated? You need to contact CyberMinds. If you're questioning the rubric around your dissertation, whether or not you have science or non-science theory in front of you, you need to reach out. We have been where you are, and we understand that journey, and we have done it, what, 12 times now? So the members of CyberMinds are here to help. Dr. Weeks, from your standpoint, what else do we offer other than the fact that they can also read all of our dissertations?
Oh, definitely. I think one of the things we want to be able to help people understand, right, is the whole process of how do we, as a individual or group of educators who come from industry, who's moving forward and who's willing to help others. I think you talk about that commitment before. Not only did we have that full journey, but we had each other. There was that accountability partner that we had. We spent, you know, Dr. Hicks, there were many Saturdays and Sundays that we gave up running into our business processes, making sure our study was right, making sure our instrument was right, right? So there was the time when I may not want to do it, but Dr. Hicks is on me. We got to get finished. And, you know, you think of it from a military perspective. When you're in the military, I remember listening to a conversation, and one of the speakers was saying, what is the first thing that they teach you?
That's right.
The first thing they teach you is to be able to carry your colleague, not with your gun, but how to carry that person if they're injured. So there's like no one left behind. We had that with a team of people when we entered this path towards extending our expertise into research, that we were committed to help each other. So that was the mentorship. Even though we had our own individual reasons and mentors that got us into the program, we were each other's mentors. We still try to push each other. And CyberMind is a reflection of that, where we continue to not only do that for ourselves, but extend that olive branch for individuals who may be going through the same thing. We actually have an IRB committee within CyberMinds. So if you have research and there's opportunities and you need somebody to be able to even discuss your topic, we are able to kind of help those who's going through the journey to succeed, right? And get to the top of their game and help you, because we remember what the journey was like.
I received a resume today, and this gentleman is trying to find the perfect internship. And I remember meeting with him and reminding him that people may say that certain things are not important, but a couple of things really are. How you present is important, not just verbally, but especially in your writing, even in the level of professionalism that you bring to the table, right? You must greet in an email. You must close that email. You have to engage in your resume, even at a level of saying, I want an internship. So if you're studying and you want that next tier up, look at and lean on an institution like CyberMinds, and we're there to review, help, change, suggest, and stay on it. We won't let you stop. If you reach out, you will get the follow-up. So don't do it unless you're ready, because we will find
that commitment, right? At the end of the day, it is about that commitment. If you're willing to make that commitment and you really have an intention of getting across that line, you know, we are going to be there to be able to kind of help you with that, because the intention is like that, right? And I think you were saying the same thing about an internship, right? At the end of the day, Dr. Hicks, it's about networking. You never know when you may run into a peer or somebody within a profession. Today with social media, you can easily reach out to a head of industry. People that are successful love to share their story of how they got from A to B. And if you're willing to listen and reach out to them, maybe try once, share your commitment, help them understand what is it that you want to do, and they will be willing to help you any single time if you're willing to do that time. Submit the request, follow up with them, show that intention, show that you're willing to make the change and make the investment, and you're not going to waste that mentor's time. It's the same thing with mentorship. Mentorship works two ways. The mentor helping you and an opportunity to give back, and you as a mentee willing to learn, because they're dedicating that extra time to be with you. And
you
you need to
can't,
make sure that you're taking that into consideration.
you can't step on the toes of someone else when you climb.
Yes.
Be ready to help as that journey begins, even when you have that first cyber jump. You might walk in the door as a cyber analyst. Okay, great. You're in the door, but the next to you, who may have been there 3 months prior to you, can help you also get acclimated and climb.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with reaching over or reaching back and helping as you lift one another in this industry. It
accountability partnership, right? Accountability. You want somebody who's going to call and say, "Hey, Dr. Hicks, we got to write today."
That's right. Every
you know,
Saturday.
you don't feel like writing, but you're like, "We got to write today, Dr. Hicks. Today's writing day." You know.
That paragraph is due. Let's go.
Yeah, we have to. So, but you know, I know for me, when I started my journey, you know, I had a lot of individuals that were influential in my life. You know, you always hear me talk about Dr. Fernando Martinez and his impact on my career, genuine career, right? Someone who was genuinely interested in you being successful. And that's what a mentorship relationship should be. There was individuals who have a vested interest in you being successful. And I had a mentor who I've always been driven, but he was one that said, "Hey, I know you can do it." Even before I may think that I'm able to do it. And a mentor can kind of put you into that position because they go into doors and bring you in, right? They have already built that career and reputation that they're going to reach back and say, "Hey, there is another brother who's outside the door who's as sharp as I am. He may be not as great yet, but
hungry to come in.
But he's hungry to come in, and he's willing to learn, and he's ready to be a student." As a mentee, the number one thing today is to be a student. Anything you want to learn, the same time and you're spending on time online in social media and multiple space doing stupid stuff, you can use that same time and dedicated towards learning something new. If you don't want to make the investment in audiobooks, you can go to the library. Many individuals who are successful tend to leave a breadcrumb. Sometimes they leave a playbook. You just got willing to.
Whole plate.
They leave the entire playbook of how they did it. So imagine if you can use their playbook and move and get to it much faster than they did. That's the whole thing where many people are writing memoirs and they're writing their stories down. We have to get to the point where individuals are willing to go back and read these stories and just learn something new, right?
And when we start business conversations and we engage with businesses and walking into that realm, we know that businesses are not only small, but some of them are large, medium sized. Some of them have been established for years. Yep. So just like a business being established, and this is, again, the Black Business Network, we have to focus on, look at the success of this business down the street, understanding that success and what can you glean from that, not only for business success, but for your own success. Those individuals are driven, and don't make light of the type of businesses that are successful. It could be a dry cleaner. It could be the person who is selling ice cream. It could be any small or medium-sized business, all the way up to your Dells or your IBMs. There's something to learn along that way. So when we get and wear that hat of being a mentor, it starts at a microcosm and then it grows. And it takes drive on both sides. And I know and very thankful for Dr. Weeks. When I was down, he was there to nudge me. Dr. Honey was there to nudge me. And then when tides flipped, I was there to nudge each of you to make sure we made it through. And we did. We were able to get past the hurdles and get it done.
Yep. But think about it, Dr. Hicks. Though there's a few fundamental things you have to realize. The guy who is worth $100 billion and the guy who is worth $5 still have only 24 hours in a day.
That's right.
How you use that time determines how far you get ahead in life. You cannot get more time. The one thing that they have not figured out yet is how we're going to get more time. But until then, what we need to understand is while you're on this journey, how do we be effective as taking that opportunity of time. What can we
And they
manage
want to
better?
figure that
What
out,
can
right?
we do better?
They
Right?
done to
You
figure
can
that
get
out.
caught up on all your old movies, or you can be adding some new skills. Like for the next 12 months, any organization, if you decided to make a plan and start to follow that playbook, where would you be 12 months from now? How would you affect your life and your generations to come? Like if you've been
And
on
how
this journey, what have you done during your time here? Right?
That's right. Many of those who start down the path may not make it, but 24 hours is yours. 24 hours is mine. When I wake up tomorrow, what will I have accomplished? Same thing with you. When you wake up, what would you have accomplished within the same?
Think of Edison. Think of Edison, right? How many mistakes? People may call it mistakes, or he took so much time. But like we always say every day, whatever you learn today is another way of you learning how to do it better. So within every failure is a success story. Within every challenge, there is a lesson. What are you learning from the challenges that you're going through today in life, in business? What are you learning? And sometimes the opportunities are right there, but you just can't see it. That one extra step.
You don't have time to sit still and think about, what am I going to learn next?
Yes.
The number of courses, the new cybersecurity framework from NIST, all of that happens.
Yep.
You might sit still. Even the ramifications of CISA being hacked is going to change the cybersecurity framework. So even those who put those frameworks out are constantly creating.
Exactly. So you have to be ready to make those changes, right, Dr. Hicks? You have to be able to make that investment and then saying, you know what, I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that I'm doing the best. I'm giving the best opportunity. And even when the opportunity is not given a lot, even if it's just a little, like I always tell my kids, when you're ready to go into the game and the coach call you, you got to be ready. Whether it's 1 minute in the game, 15 minutes a game, 20 minutes in game. You have to be ready so that when you get that call or you get that tap on the shoulder and say, Dr. Hicks, you got next. You can't come and say, hey, where are we? What's going on? Who's my opponent? You got to be in the game, and you got to be willing to invest that time so you can move forward and be successful.
And you have to execute when you get in, which means all the time that you're sitting around not enhancing and sharpening your skills, one day it will show. So if you are enhancing your skills, that's your chance to shine. So you want to show or do you want to shine?
Yep. You want to get to the point when you got to a certain age, when the ancestors are knocking on the door for you to join them, you got to say, you know, I have done my time. I have given it the best shot up to now, and I've taken the opportunities that come. You know, the place with the most opportunities, you know, I was reading a study and they talk about the cemetery, Dr. Hicks, is where most stories go to die. More opportunities are dead in the cemetery because of fear of trying, fear of giving it a shot, fear of taking that step. You see that business, you had that great idea, you don't do anything about it. A month, 2 months later, somebody opened with the same idea. Ideas are not a monolithic just for me and you. There are other people thinking about solving the same problem that you're thinking about today. But set up the business, try, and make it work. If it doesn't work, keep trying. Find a way until you get to that threshold where you decided maybe this may not be the option for you, and you flip it to something else. But if you don't even try, like they said, you miss every shot you don't take, right? You got to be willing to take the shot.
MJ does it. Michael Jordan all the time reminds us every single time he took a shot, he missed 3.
Because people only see the shot, right? I think sometimes today we think of success, people only see someone when they're successful. They're not seeing the effort and the grind and everything that's being put into that before they become that overnight success, as they say. Like they say, most overnight success has been operating for 10 years. You're just seeing the last year when they're going live or raising a lot of money. But you're missing all the time that the founder sometimes was putting in to the business before you get to that point. You got to think of your life and career just like that. You got to invest that time, be ready to make the hit and move forward, no matter where you are. Just start from where you are today.
That's the beautiful thing about every one of the CyberMind members, that we know each of them has been grooming their craft for quite some time. When I look at the laundry list of all the members, that is exactly what comes first to mind. We didn't get the letters behind Dr. Weeks' name. We didn't get the letters behind Dr. Hicks's name, behind Dr. Honey, behind Dr. Johnson, Dr. Gamaris, Dr. Knowles, Dr. Joseph yesterday. Those started years ago to get those letters in succession, which meant hurdle after hurdle after hurdle having been jumped, another hurdle having been set, jumped, and so on. In order to master at that level, it takes tenacity. So if you're going to be mentored, be ready, because it's a two-way street. We are coming to help you. And once we commit to it, be ready, because we will bring it. And that's another beautiful aspect of what CyberMinds offers, not just today, but tomorrow and beyond. We're here for you.
And Dr. Hicks, as we close out the session today, what is 2 or 3 things that you want the audience to remember?
I think the first thing I want the audience to remember is that we know that trends in cybersecurity are real. I think the next trend that we all need to be aware of is protecting our seniors. They are under grave attack, and we're here to do it at a street level. The second thing that I know we have to look out for are the children. If we don't protect that data and follow the leaders, right? Some of the leadership has already given us a palette to work from. Okay, let's slow down internet access for children, especially those under 5 years old. Let's watch and monitor and really potentially filter everything until they turn 13. If not, just extend that deadline. All right, 13, and then we'll talk about internet and social media. Otherwise, our children are in harm's way and are just learning the wrong information and being distracted from all the other fundamental tools that they need later in life, if you will, if they're going to pursue an academic route. Some people, in order to become an electrician, may start early, but I don't see the need for internet access if you're going to be a dentist, electrician, a plumber, some of those other skills, truck drivers. There's so many other avenues to be taken out there, right? And then the third thing, the high road on medical. All of our medical data is connected, and embedded in that is grave danger to the physical harm for each and every individual. CyberMinds is going to be grinding in the background trying to protect all 3 of these different aspects of our universe. We need you to join us. So if you go to cybermindsinstitute.org, please log in and say to yourself, contact us, reach out, and those 3 are top of mind, my friend.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the opportunity to discuss today, Dr. Hicks.
Absolutely.
And we'll see you on the other side. Genius is coming.
Genius is coming, my friend.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Ignite your life and seize the new year by effectively planning it with your 2024 Ignite and Take Flight Planner. It's time to navigate your success with strategic project management. Win with inspiring quotes from inspirational people that will guide you to the success you deserve. And don't forget to track your dollars, habits, empowering notes, and connect with dynamic brands. It's never too late to start planning your success. Get your copy now.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things, and then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. For a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, founder and CEO of Miracle Recruiting LLC, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. This evening, I'm joining you from Philadelphia. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am so excited to join you this evening as your next speaker. To tell you a little bit about myself, my name again is Marak Hicks, and I got my start working in social work with displaced youth populations, helping them with job readiness and interview training. My passion for recruiting and HR really began there. From there, I got my start in HR at Droga 5 as a first-time HR role. Droga 5 is an advertising agency in New York City. Though I found advertising exciting, and I did decide to shift my focus to working in tech and helping smaller companies scaled. Since then, I've worked at companies ranging in size from 30 people to over 1,000 employees, and well-known tech companies like MongoDB, Palantir, and Hinge, as well as OneDrop, and have rolled out recruiting processes, HR programs, company policies, onboarding new hires, you name it, I've done it. I've also created DEI programs. What really drives me is my love of people and watching them grow and be successful at the companies that they join. I really want to ensure when I'm working with companies that all people feel included in the workspace culture. Across the board, I have found a few things consistent, and these are the pillars for what my organization is. The experience that your candidates and your employees have is paramount at your organization. It's the first. Second, diversity, equity, inclusion is not a trend, but helps shape business organizations to be better and creates environments where people, all people, have the ability to thrive and feel fully supported. I'm excited to talk to you guys this evening. So tonight, I wanted to share a little bit more about you in terms and focusing on a little bit more related to recruiting. So this evening, we're going to talk about how to know when's the time to scale and what steps do you actively take in order to start scaling and what those stages can look like depending on the size of your organization. So everyone who starts a business intends for that business for a while. It starts as a one-person company and organization, but very quickly a need for support and resources comes in the door. If you are the company that's looking to get from employee number 1 to employee number 10, and you are the founder and you're like, I need a team, how do I get my team? Here are a couple of things that I can tell you about how to find the right people, target the right types of candidates, where to look for them, as well as places that you can actively go, and how to establish your round 1 interview process. So first, the very first step is there's oftentimes that founders feel a need for people because they're seeing themselves doing 50 jobs of 50 different people, and so they just need help. But identifying what that help is going to be pivotal. That is your very first step. Actively taking the time out to think about what your gaps are in your organization. What are things that you wish you could do better? What are things that you know you can't do at all but need to get done? And also thinking about the nice to haves. I would tier them in that order. What is pivotal? What is something that can wait but it would be nice to have? And what's something that you need to get done that you cannot do yourself? Once you have mapped out what those jobs are, we'll call them a job. Once you mapped out what those jobs or responsibilities are within your organization, then the next step for you to do is actively be thinking about what kind of people are in the market that can fill those jobs. Let's say you are a small business owner, you have grown your customer base, you have grown your clientele, you're doing $100,000 or $50,000 on a monthly basis. One of the things that you probably need is going to be some support on the executive assistant side, because you can't be everywhere, you can't do everything, and it becomes harder to respond to every email. So that would be a nice to have. Something that sounds like it's going to be really pivotal at this stage if you're continuing to grow and scale your business is you need to be thinking about partnership or someone else who can actively be the person on the phone with you, on the phone for you, actively bringing in additional clientele, and then creating or building out a team of people who can step in your place and speak to those clients on your behalf once deals close. So in that faction, we're talking about an EA, we're talking about someone in sales, maybe a sales development representative, a BDR, an account executive, something of that nature. Someone who can step in on your behalf and actively take control of the client relationship. Could be another sales role, could be someone who takes on acquisitions. It really depends on what the flow of your business is. But taking the time out to identify what those needs are is going to be really important. So let's say you find your needs. You know what people you need. You know what roles you actively need in the organization, and you needed them yesterday. The first thing that I would recommend to do is figure out what of those roles and what of that talent can be supplemented with someone entry level. Is there an opportunity for you to hire an intern? Is there an opportunity for you to get someone who is a new grad, fresh out of college, right? Those are the first people you should be looking and thinking about giving opportunities to. One, because they're super coachable, they're very hungry, they're excited about work opportunities. And then the second level is also keeping in mind that they're cost effective. So actively wanting to make sure that you're increasing your business and you're scaling your business's revenue. You don't want that revenue directly to be applied to talent. So figuring out ways to balance and offset the expense could be beneficial in situations like hiring an intern. Places that you can hire interns, you can post an intern job description pretty much anywhere, but my recommendation is always to target the schools. They always have some sort of work study program. If you target the schools, your business is registered, you have all of your documentation, you're actually able to tap into students who are still in school, who can actively be working for your organization while they are in school. But also you can find talent who's home for the summer, home for the winter break, or talent who is actively needs to take certain courses or work at certain organizations related to what their majors are in school to actively provide a benefit for you. So an example of this is I run a HR and recruiting firm, and I actively support small businesses with their HR fractionally, right? So for me, if I were to hire an intern for my organization, one intern that I would hire would be someone who's getting an HR degree, someone either a master's or a bachelor's, someone who is looking to get into business and is looking to get just a general business degree, could be beneficial as well. Something else that I like when hiring interns is anyone looking to get into legal, and anyone who is also looking, who's just in English or communications majors. I think that they're really hungry, they're super sharp. And one thing about working in this world of HR is communication is paramount, right? So having someone with a skill set and a background that speaks well, that is well written, and is thoughtful and empathetic and thoughtful in the way that they write is also really, really helpful. So identifying where you can find your talent, I would start with interns. But let's say the skill set and the scope that you need is a little bit more senior than an intern. Let's say you're looking for someone to come in and step in and run your operations for your business. Operations professionals spend a great deal of their time online on platforms like LinkedIn. So my recommendation for you would be to create a free job post. LinkedIn offers one free job post to every business page. You can pay for more. The way that their jobs paid postings work is they require you to pay for the push, meaning if you want your role to be sent to the top of LinkedIn's list for that particular job function, you have to pay for that. And there's like a daily charge, which is an opportunity if you want to do it that way. Another way that you can do it is create a LinkedIn recruiter seat. And when you create that LinkedIn recruiter seat, you have the opportunity to leverage LinkedIn Recruiter Lite. You have the opportunity to leverage free jobs postings. I think you get 3 with that package, and it's something like $170 maybe. However, a month. However, the cool thing about doing that is with that LinkedIn Recruiter Lite seat, you also get the opportunity to actively have access to LinkedIn's talent pool based off of what your network and connections are. So if you are someone who has a large network, growing network, that's rapidly growing, you can post your job on LinkedIn, and then you can share it out to your network, have your network repost your post or reshare for visibility, and actively can attract talent that way. Or anyone who clicks on the apply button is another person that can actively jump in and apply for your roles. And in the back end, LinkedIn kind of treats the candidates that apply for your roles kind of a little bit like an applicant tracking system, so you have the opportunity to view who's applied, review their resumes, take a look at some of the work that they've done. But let's say you're the type of business that is actively looking to hire technical talent, meaning you're building a mobile app, you're building a website, you need to build a technical experience, and you really need software engineers or software developers. There are 2 things that you can actively leverage in this situation. You can discern whether or not it's the right time to bring on a recruiter, full cycle, if it's the right time to bring on a staffing agency to help you find the right person, because your founding engineer is going to be the most important person for you to hire if you're looking to build out an application, because they're covering the front end of your app, they're covering the mobile experience, they're covering the back end, they're setting up DevOps, right? So with that all in mind, you can spend the money and cover either a fractional people person or HR person. You can actively work with a staffing agency, though that might be a little bit pricier. Other opportunities for you are websites like WellFound, right? WellFound is a startup-based application that allows for talent for companies to post open job opportunities and place a public profile on their platform, allowing you to showcase your business and what your business does. And in addition to that, you also have the opportunity to look through their platform to see talent who have subscribed to their list, are interested in looking for new opportunities, and that's a pretty reasonably cost way to actively find talent. Understand that when you are looking to hire, there is a level of work, responsibility, and lift that goes into hiring the right people for your organization. Unfortunately, it's not something that you can just snap your fingers and get done. But when you hire the right person, it can literally help your business thrive in ways that you could not have even imagined. So you've identified your gaps. You've created a job spec, right? You've gone after the types of talent that you want. You've posted your roles. Now you're getting a bunch of inbound applications. What do you do? So the first thing that you do when you get those inbound applications is look at them. Everyone's resume is going to be different. I do want to also set the expectation that not everyone is a genius when it comes to writing resumes. Resume writing is a skill. That said, you have the opportunity to review resumes in these platforms to find out what candidates have done in their background, their past, and their past experiences. And when doing that, you have the opportunity to get a better sense of what they're doing. If you like a resume, I think it's something that it's worth you having a conversation with that particular candidate. If you are unsure about the person, I would still recommend having a conversation with that candidate. If this is a very early stages, you have a couple rounds. If there's someone you're like, maybe, I would put that person on your calendar. I would recommend that you speak to them. The reason why is there are potential moments in recruiting processes where, again, someone is not really good at resume writing, but they're amazing when you pull them on a call. So if you are on a scale of 1 to 10, if you're landing somewhere at a 7, but you're not 100% sure, I would just go ahead and schedule the conversation. At least if it's not the right person, it'll give you the ability to calibrate what exactly it is that you're looking for, figure out how that person ended up in your interview process or in your candidate pool. And then finally, you have the opportunity to adjust the job description, the questions you have in your interview process. These are some of the things that can really help you. So I would say, again, those steps for small teams, 1 to 10, is write a job description, define your needs, write your job script, post your role, start your interview process, and then hire them. Hiring them is a flow of negotiation and conversation. And as long as that process is kept that way, you can really find some really solid people in the process, and you can find that you can actively hire the people who want to work with you because they're super excited about being employee number 1 through 10. So that's like the first level if you have a smaller organization. If you have an organization that is growing from somewhere between 30 to 100, you are in the stage that I like to call hypergrowth. You've hired before, you've made your mistakes, you know exactly what you're looking for, you know what you don't want, what you do want, and you have the ability to now integrate the pillars of your organization into your hiring process. So at this stage, it's the best time for you to be having a structured hiring process. So what does that look like? Structuring your hiring process is done in 3 ways. My recommendations, if you are looking to grow from 30 to 100, is first, the employee number 31 needs to be either a HR consultant or recruiting consultant, someone who is 1099 or someone who works on a contract, or a full-time recruiter or HR team member. It is time. You have 30 people. You are 30 people with problems and you don't know them yet because no one wants to go to the CEO with your problems, right? So I would recommend hiring your first HR team member, especially if you're expecting to grow between 30 and 100, right? So you're going to hire those team members, you're going to bring them on board, they're going to be experts, and they're going to roll out. The phrase has changed in the industry. Some people call it a structured interview process. Some people call it skills-based interviewing, whatever makes you feel happy. But essentially what you're going to do is actively be thinking about the required skills for your job and focusing on each stage of your interview process that tailors to that skill. Now, if you haven't heard of an interview stage, let me explain what that is. Each point in the process that a candidate touches becomes a stage. So when they see your job and they think it's a great opportunity and they want to join it, that's the applicant stage of your process, right? But at the same time, once you've had your first conversation with them and you decide, I really need them to speak to Samantha in finance to make sure that this person is going to be the best person for my company. When it's time for them to speak to Samantha in finance, that is a secondary stage in your interview process. They have progressed from stage 1 to stage 2. And then third, you're like, okay, Samantha's great, but I feel like I need a couple of other opinions. My recommendation is to grab those opinions, keeping the timeframes pretty reasonable, and actively having those people join your interview process. Now, that in mind, you also want to make sure that each person is structuring their interviews with the candidates by asking the same questions to each candidate and structuring their interview to focus on a specific skill, topic, or expectation that you're expecting this person to come in and own. So that way you can get a clear and equitable read of every candidate that steps into your interview process. Okay, so with that in mind, I always recommend creating some sort of internal documentation that says, hey, we're looking to hire for this role. Here is the job description for this role. And here are the things that we need you to be assessing. And sharing that information out with your team early. Doing so is really beneficial because it creates alignment on your hiring team. There are no questions about what you're looking for and why. In addition, it tells what each person needs to be paying attention to in their interview, right? We're giving them an opportunity to know what they're going into and to be fully prepared for their interview process. So if you're looking for 30 to 100 employees, you're going to hire your HR and your recruiting people, and you're going to structure your interview process. Those are going to be paramount. In addition to doing those two steps, you're also going to need to be thinking about compensation. This is no longer the Wild West or the world where it was just 1 to 10 employees. You are now advertising to the masses about what sort of opportunities you want them to have and how much those opportunities are going to pay. Certain states in the country require you to list compensation bands or ranges on your website or on your careers page or on the job posting itself to allow or to inform candidates who are interested in the interview process how much you're looking to pay for the role. It's pay transparency laws. So some of the states that require this are New York. Another state that requires it is California, right? So in order to adhere to the state laws for those particular states, you need to include your compensation bands. And that means that compensation needs to be clearly understood between the manager and the recruiter for the role. So they have a clear understanding of what they're looking to bring in the door. Not having these upfront conversations makes the interview process a little bit strange. Here's why. Candidates have a tendency to not only ask recruiters about compensation, but to ask their manager, because everyone is under the presumption that your manager knows how much money you're making. So you want to make sure that there's a calibration between the person who is hiring and owning that responsibility in your organization and the manager. So thoughtful conversations can be had about the people that you are hiring, right? If recruiters, to give you a context, recruiters are not engineers. They can be, they can have had a history in engineering, but they're not engineers. I am a recruiter and HR, I'm an HR C-level by experience. With that being the case, I'm not an engineer. I've never coded before, right? So I can have a clear understanding of what an engineer does. However, my job spec and responsibility is to hire engineers, not to be the engineer. So I need to partner with someone who knows the work, who does the experience, who's seen the work done at its best and has seen the work done at its worst, who can have an active conversation with me about what skills a person is coming in and what level they are coming in at, right? So with that being the case, having open and transparent conversations around compensation is going to help benefit your recruiting process. And again, from your growth from 30 to 100, and we can even say plus at this stage, something that's going to be pivotal for you is also thinking about interview training, so that way every person on your team knows exactly what they're doing. It's a little bit different than saying, I want you to cover X topic and that stage, because I'm under the impression that if you're looking to grow 3 times your size in the next 6 to 8 months or 6 to 12 months, you're rapidly hiring. There are a number of job opportunities on your careers page. You're looking to move quickly. So with that in mind, what's going to be paramount or important is for you to make sure your team knows how to interview, what to assess, how to assess it, questions that are legally allowed to be asked in an interview. Questions that are not legally allowed to be asked in an interview are probably going to be really, really pivotal for you to cover. You don't want someone to mess up in an interview and thinking or feeling that they're really kind and they're parents themselves, asking another person if they're a parent, or asking another person what's going on with their family, if they're married or not, right? These are questions that you want to completely avoid, or asking questions that are considered completely illegal, right? So you want to make sure that those topics are going to be covered in this company-wide interview training, which really gives you the opportunity to get your team on board and fully incorporate it into your hiring process, right? So once you have your interview training, you have your jobs posted, you have someone running your interview process, your hiring manager, and you are calibrated, the final thing that you should be thinking about for that size is your employer brand, okay? Each and every company has an employer brand. An employer brand is essentially the face or the message that the company puts out about their brand and what it's like to work at your organization, what it's like to stay at your organization, and the things that you get to do or benefit from as a result of being a part of your organization. So companies are often thinking about branding, right? How do we get clients to know who we are? How do we differentiate ourselves or candidate or people? How do we differentiate people understanding who we are versus target, right? How do you get people to be fully incorporated into your value proposition for your business so they can buy, they can connect, they can set, they can join, they can, etc., right? That's your brand. Your recruiting, hiring, and HR process also has a brand. That same brand is called your employer brand. It is the face of the organization to everyone who wants to work there, has worked there, and is currently working there, right? So focusing on your employer brand, there are a couple of things that I can touch on that can really benefit you, right? The first is going to be making sure your hiring process is tight. Do not ghost candidates. It makes them upset. Okay. Make sure you're being timely in your responses to communication. Make sure that you are being respectful to your interview process and structure how long those things take, right? No candidate, I'm sure everyone here has interviewed for a job before. No one wants to sit in a job interview for 9 hours, right? Being respectful of that person's time and experience and what they're going through is really going to be beneficial. You also want to have an opportunity to shout out some of the cool things about your organization. I've worked at companies that had really cool benefits and perks and learning development opportunities for their teams, calling those things out, right? Creating opportunities for people to understand what you have to offer that makes your company different from any other company in the world. So shouting those out on places like your careers page, some of those profiles that I mentioned, right? That well-found profile, that LinkedIn profile, right? For your business, actively showcasing what it is like to work for your business. Some people are verbal learners, some people are visual learners. So this is a great opportunity to include pictures. If you've gone on team outings, company bonding trips, if they've gone to some sort of conference, showing and showcasing what it's like to work through the images that you've actively connected with, or video, would be absolutely fantastic. It gives people the opportunity to understand what it's like to work with you, what your team looks like, and gets an understanding of some of the cool, fun things that you get the opportunity to do if they join your organization. Second, in addition to posting and sharing information about your business online and what it's like to work there, some of the other things that attach to employer brand is an element of integrating social media, right? If you've ever been on Twitter and saw a company was hiring, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Generating a buzz. Making sure that you're informing people of information, sharing and updating information about your teams through those social media platforms, creating Facebook groups, creating platforms, and leveraging those things that you would use to attract your clientele and your customers to also be attracting your candidates, right? So if you know that your clients are attracted to seeing, hearing about new innovative changes that are happening to products, share some new innovating information about what's happening in your company. You've hired a new C-level. Some person just started, they're super excited. Take a few minutes, create a blog, go on any blog website, or Medium is another good site that you can use, and really post about some of the inner workings that you've built to make your organization a great place, and then share them out on social. People will read them, they'll take time to look at them, they'll watch video. Video is important. I love when a company focuses its attention on Instagram, where you have the opportunity to see celebrations from the team or interviews with team members, finding out what team members do, who they are. It really shows that there's an intentionality of building that employer brand. So making sure that you are focusing on sharing out some of the inner workings that are really, really beneficial or paramount that makes your organization different. And that will help with increasing the kind of people who are looking and interested in working for your organization. Finally, I can say if you're, again, in that 30 to 100 person size and you're looking to kind of scale pretty rapidly, when you are defining the stages of your interview process, blocking and tackling for seasons where you need to hire faster than normal and figuring out how to adjust the sizes or the stages requirements of your interview process to make sure that you're still identifying really good people without them needing to meet a longer slate or going through a 1 week long homework assignment, right? These are steps that will actively help you find the right kind of people faster. This is something that can be advised to the recruiter on your team, with the HR professional on your team. That's going to be something that's really beneficial for you at that stage. And that really can help you from the 30 to 100 person stage. Once you reach 100 people, my recommendation is you have your recruiter. Hopefully you have more than one if you're looking to grow from 100 to 500. In this 100 to 500 stage, this part of this growth is less about your process and more about your data, okay? Growing a team from 30 to 100 people is rapid. You will blink and be 97 people, right? It's about getting people in the door, filling the right positions with the right people. There may be some hiccups in the process, but you're really focusing on providing value to the organization and providing value by hiring the right kind of people, but quickly. So that being the case, there really isn't time to be intentional about data between 30 to 100 people, right? When you get to 100 people and you're looking to hire 100 people for your organization, how your data can be beneficial is that data can tell you the number of interviews it took for you to have before you hired people for that position. These are standard recruiting metrics. And your recruiting metrics tell the story of your recruiting history and your recruiting past. It tells you the number of people you need to interview to hire a customer support representative. And if you hired one customer support representative after you've received and interviewed 5 people, but you notice that your application pool has 2,000 people in it, that doesn't then mean that you need to screen 500 people, right? You only need to screen 5. You understand that that's the number of people that you need to screen because of your data. Other data that's helpful is in that 100 to 500 mark. If you have not thought about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's the time to start, right? You're 100 people now, so you have to start thinking about EEOC filings. So you want to be intentional about your hiring process and making sure that your hiring process incorporates diverse talent. So with that in mind, let's also take into consideration where you're posting the roles. There are a number of communities where people are actively searching, job boards, Slack groups, you name it, it's out there, websites that people are actively looking to hire diverse talent through, or places where diverse talent lives. So actively being intentional about that and using your data to support your intention. Finally, it also tells you everything that you need to know about your recruiting process. What goes well? Who's not such a great interviewer? Who rejects people too fast, right? Using and leveraging that data gives you the insight about your recruiting and hiring process that tells you all you need to know in terms of what kind of people are the best people, where you have found amazing talent from in the past. So this is the great time for you to be leveraging a super-powered recruiting or ATS platform. ATS, again, is an applicant tracking system. Some of the ones that I've recommended and I've used in the past, I've used Lever. Lever is an amazing ATS. It does data really well. It's an amazing platform, and I would recommend it to anyone. Another one that I would recommend is Greenhouse. Greenhouse is another amazing platform. It's a powerhouse for recruiting. There's so many things that can be automated in the platform, and both platforms to make the experience really, really high touch and positive for candidates, but also on the back end gives you all of the reporting needs that you possibly can have. So focusing on those things as well. And then in addition to your ATS, you want to be leveraging the people that you are bringing in the door to help you find another set of amazing people. This is the time for HR and recruiting to work together. When someone is onboarding, getting opportunity to grab them, ask how their onboarding experience is going, ask if they know anyone who could work for the company, who's interested, people that they've worked with that have been amazing. Those are the kind of people that you want to kind of tap on as soon as they're coming in the door. You want to have referral bonus programs, and those referral bonus programs create a level of gamification, if you will, creating opportunities for people to enjoy bringing their friends or their colleagues and their work colleagues on board because they're getting money, they're getting opportunities to get gifts, they're getting opportunities to go to trips. There are so many really cool ways to create an impactful and engaging recruiting or employee referral bonus program. So looking into those things and leveraging those opportunities to get more people quickly in the door. So those would be the 3 things I would recommend if your organization is looking to grow from 100 to 500, right? Is leveraging your data and seeing that your data, using that data to interpret how to improve and amplify your recruiting process, and leveraging a applicant tracking system to be able to do that. And then leveraging your employee referral bonus program. So again, regardless of the size or stage of organization that you're looking to be a part of, what is going to be really important is for you to take the time out to be intentional about the hiring needs that you have, where you find those people, where you post your roles, the interview process and its stages, remembering to keep a positive candidate experience and to keep a positive experience for anyone who steps into your interview process, whether you hire them or you reject them at their resume review. And then finally, it's structuring and setting up your team. So structuring that process, making sure your team is covered and knows how to interview properly. And then after interviewing properly, it's also thinking about your brand, right? How do we get people to want to work here? How do we find ways and opportunities for people to find out more about us as a company? For instance, one of the things that I set up companies with pretty frequently is my goal is always to get them on the Crane's best places to work list. It is a great branding opportunity for your organization to be on a list among hundreds of other companies who are really doing a great job at keeping their employees' experience positive. So managing your employer brand and then leveraging your data to help you build out a seamless and smooth process. This is a lot of lift. This is not a one-person job. And while it can start as a one-person job, when you're looking to hire from 1 to 10, growing from 10 to 30 is definitely an opportunity for you to find support. So that is why I directly work with managers, CEOs, business owners who are looking to bring on teams, because I absorb kind of the responsibility and the lift associated with hiring people and then making sure that they have a positive experience once they step in your door, right? So that is a little bit about what hiring processes are and how to hire for the different stages of the organizations that you actively have. With that being the case, I would be excited to connect with all of you. You can find me on email. My email is marak@miraclerecruiting.com. You can also take a drop by my website. That is www.miraclerecruiting.com. You can also follow me on Instagram at Miracle Recruiting. In addition to connecting with me on those social media platforms, you can always just drop me a line or send me an email. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has about recruiting and the hiring process and how to make those things better. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys this evening. And with that said, I think that this is a good time to head into more information about our scholarship program. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App That is $BBX USA. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App. That Cash App, again, is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Any student who is interested in joining this program or becoming eligible for the scholarship program should visit www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So I want to remind you to donate to the scholarship funds and help us send our kids to college with laptops. I also want to take some time out to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March of 2024. Those sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Milani Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic Act Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you all on the other side. Thanks.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Rocher, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Rocher Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Rocher Ignite Show, 15 Minutes of Success with Dr. Lotus Rocher, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.